Walking through rubble that's waist deep.
Desperation has set in. The rescue effort is relentless. It's also overwhelming.
Worst thing, knowing that guys like me and you have families, they're not going to see them anymore. So that's the hardest thing.
There are mountains of rubble to sift through. Hundreds of people looking for any sign of life. There aren't many.
There are a lot of people in there.
My busiest assignment, I've been here for 24 hours, and my busiest assignment was the morgue sector.
Recovery is slow, but sometimes there's good news buried beneath the debris. Rescue workers trapped inside when the towers collapsed, making contact by cell phone. One man even managed to send an email calling for help.
He contacted a friend who contacted 911. They know he's there, but don't know where.
But few have been dragged out alive, and they're only a fraction of the thousands believed to be trapped beneath. The stories of hope are outnumbered by grisly discoveries.
The victims that were in there are mostly in pieces. You know, they're bringing out pieces of bodies.
But people cling to hope. Family members are on a sleepless vigil near local hospitals. This woman's stepsister was on one of the top floors.
Do you believe she's still alive?
I think she is. I'm trying to keep my hopes up.
Government officials couldn't even guess how many victims there may be, only that the death toll will be staggering. But on a tour of the scene, New York's governor focused on the efforts to save lives.
God bless you. We're going to get through this because of you.
And so the marathon continues. Hundreds of truckloads of debris were hauled away from the scene, and wave after wave of reinforcements keep coming in. There's an army of rescue personnel working around the clock.
This is all going to ground zero for the fire department.
Volunteers are helping them. Canadian Robin Berkio from New Brunswick is here with the Salvation Army. He's giving out food and clothes.
They really need it. They're soaked and freezing.
There's a resolve building not to buckle under the terror. Hundreds line the route to the disaster site with messages of hope.
We're all here together, and we'll get through this. We hope so.
But it will be a long time before Americans pull through this, and a long time before they realize how much they've lost. It may take weeks to find all the victims. With every passing hour, hope is fading. Peter?
Joanna, we all know the death toll when we finally have a number is going to be staggering. Somehow to try and get through all this, we all tend to embrace these stories of survivors and some of the remarkable things that have happened today. Tell us more on that front.
As we mentioned in the report earlier, Peter, the most remarkable stories were the ones with people who somehow managed to make contact from beneath the rubble. There were cell phone calls made by police officers. There was another man who made contact with his family in Pennsylvania through a cell phone to tell them about his own plight and the plight of two other people who were with him. There was also the reports of somebody who somehow managed to get themselves to a computer that was still somehow working and sent an email to friends, and as was mentioned in the report, that led to a phone call to 911, and they finally got to pinpoint where they were. And that is the biggest challenge, because firefighters, rescue workers are all dealing with mountains of rubble, literal mountains of rubble, wading through waist deep. And while we do hold on to these hopeful stories, unfortunately, they seem to be the exception.
Joanna Leotis reporting to us tonight from the streets of New York City. Well, the other ground zero, of course, is the U.S. Pentagon in Washington. There, the good news, if there is such a thing in this story, is that officials do not think the death toll there will be nearly as first feared. The CBC's Adrienne Arsenault is standing by in Washington following this angle. Adrienne.
Well, Peter, there were hopes for a miracle at the Pentagon today. They certainly didn't find it. They did not find any survivors. And in fact, when the fires were eventually put out of the building and officials got to look inside, they realized that the plane had been virtually pulverized. The fuselage disintegrated. And officials were telling us late today that they were really only able to pull out remains. No corpses as of yet, and certainly no good news for the many, many people who were lining the streets along the Pentagon waiting for some answer and some hope. And it was against all of this, against this backdrop, that there was a visitor at the Pentagon today. President Bush showed up with some of his key officials to have a tour and have a look. He didn't have many words today. He expressed sadness. He said he was angry. He said also that mostly he was grateful for all of the work of all of the rescuers. Peter?
Drew. Adrian, when we talked at this time last night, you talked about a city deserted, Washington, trying somehow to comprehend what had happened. Tonight, are things returning in any way to some sense of normalcy?
It feels like it a little bit. As you can probably tell, it's much busier place here tonight. There has been a concerted effort in the city to send people back to work. Some of the schools are closed, not all of the businesses are open, but people are trying extremely hard to resume their normal activities, to give a sense that the city has not been shut, this country has not been shut. Also, interestingly enough, at the Pentagon itself, while one side was burning, people were working at the opposite side of the building, going inside and perhaps not staying for long, occasionally being forced out, but trying again to resume normal activities.
All right, Adrian, thank you very much. Adrian Arsenault reporting again tonight from Washington. Well, the picture is now becoming clearer of what was happening on board those 4 hijacked airliners that were taken over, and in just a few minutes, into weapons of terror. Logan Airport in Boston, a normal weekday. The skies are clear. Passengers lining up to board American Airlines Flight 11 and United Airlines Flight 175 are expecting a normal flight to Los Angeles. Passengers at Newark Airport, ready to board United Flight 93, are also ready for a routine flight to San Francisco. As they walk down the jetway to board the plane, there are no signs that this will be anything but an ordinary flight. One of over 35,000 flights in the United States on any given day. Most passengers don't know that as they board the plane, the flight attendants are giving each passenger a profile check. Do they look nervous? Is there anything out of the ordinary? Will Engel is a retired American Airlines pilot.
The person comes in, they do a profile check. Basically what it is a quick psychological check. Is a person nervous? Are they agitated? You know, what's their mood set? You know, they're trying to find as much information as quickly as possible without taking a lot of time.
If there are troubling signs, the flight doesn't leave. But there are no such signs. But there is danger. Each plane has 3 to 6 hijackers on board, armed with box cutters and plastic knives. Some of them have pilot training. At 1 minute to 8, American Flight 11 rotates off the runway and climbs into the sky, closely followed by United 175. 2 minutes later, passengers on United Flight 93 watch as the Earth falls away, their final flight. 8:10, Dulles Airport, south of Washington, D.C. American Flight 77 leaves for Los Angeles, the last of the doomed planes to take off. 4 planes, all in the air within 12 minutes. This is no coincidence. If authorities knew one of the planes was hijacked, the other flights wouldn't take off and the airports would be shut down. The first sign that something is wrong comes when American Flight 11 makes a sharp turn south. An aircraft going off its flight plan is a serious matter for air traffic controllers. Minutes later, United Airlines 175 also turns south, off its course. Air traffic controllers are alarmed. Will Engel says the hijackers are not yet flying the planes.
They're not ever asked to risk their life or the life of a passenger to try to subdue anybody. Their point is to talk down the aggression, try to resolve it verbally. If they know they can't, relinquish control. Fine, it's your aircraft, you know, and let us, and they know as long as the door's sealed up front and we're not coming back from the flight deck, that we still have control of the aircraft, regardless of what they say in the back.
On American Flight 11, a flight attendant calls the airline's operations center. She tells them the plane has been hijacked and the 2 flight attendants have been stabbed. She also tells them the seat number of one of the hijackers. It could turn out to be a hugely important call. It's the first piece of information about who is behind the hijacking. United Flight 175, passenger Peter Hansen, sitting beside his wife and 2-year-old daughter, calls his father twice. First to tell him the plane has been hijacked and a flight attendant murdered. Then he calls again to tell him, don't worry, it's going to be quick. American Flight 11 approaches New York City. The hijackers are now flying the plane. They may not be as experienced as airline pilots, but they know what they're doing. 8:45, engines screaming. The 767 tips over into a dive and hits the North Tower of the World Trade Center. Ten minutes later, air traffic control loses contact with American Flight 77. It's flying below radar. 9:03, passengers on United 175 can see the World Trade Center burning as the 767 speeds towards lower Manhattan. United 175 strikes the World Trade Center's South Tower. The impact is massive.
Pratt Whitney's, they were throttled up and they were cooking. So when they hit the building, they were trying to generate as much inertia and energy and expend as much energy when they struck that building as possible.
Washington, D.C., 9:38, flying so low that it barely clears streetlights. American Flight 77 plows into the Pentagon and causes a massive explosion. Just 20 minutes later, United Flight 93, which has turned back east over Cleveland, crashes into a field about 120 kilometers from Pittsburgh. Reports indicate there may have been a struggle on board, passengers and hijackers fighting for control of the plane. The investigations are now underway, but we may never know exactly what happened in the horrific final minutes of these 4 flights. What we do know has raised a lot of disturbing questions, including how did armed hijackers make it through airport security, and why didn't spy agencies know about the impending attacks? The CBC's Brian Stewart has that story.
There are several potential lines of defense against hijacking. Each was breached yesterday with apparent ease. The first line would have been advance intelligence by agencies like the CIA or Canada's own CSIS intelligence. For at least a week, airlines were generally warned to be on a heightened state of alert. But for reasons still unknown, there was a massive failure of U.S. and international intelligence to pinpoint the threat. Similar intelligence failures were blamed in the bombings of Lockerbie and of Air India.
The 11th of September 2001 will go down as a day of infamy politically, nationally, obviously, in the United States, but also for the aviation security industry. It's a day that everything changed.
In London, Philip Baum is former head of TWA Security in Europe and now editor of Aviation Security International.
First and foremost line was that the intelligence system actually failed. We've relied on in the past on intelligence, accurate intelligence, to prevent terrorist acts taking place.
But the second line of defense, airport security, also failed. In the Tuesday morning crush of passengers, the terrorists moved through the airport checks without hindrance. Whatever weapons they had were undetected. Whatever nervousness they showed went unnoticed.
I was just outraged at it. I felt the same sense of rage at the terrorists who shot down my student in Air India 182. I knew this was going to happen. I hoped it wouldn't happen. I didn't want it to be true.
Peter St. John in Winnipeg is a leading international expert on combating air terrorism, the author of studies on airport security. He has repeatedly warned that North American airports are dangerously lax.
Governments are not taking responsibility for airports, especially governments in Canada. And so the result is that responsibility is privatized. Responsibility is given to airport directors, airport administrations, and airlines. And they can only cope with this because they are business organizations by bottom-line tactics.
St. John is not alone. For years, Europeans have been particularly critical of U.S. and Canadian airport security.
There are some basic security measures that simply aren't in place. Passengers can walk to the gate areas together with their loved ones, together with the taxi drivers, the meters and greeters. Anybody can basically go to the gate areas. In Europe, it's only ticketed passengers that can go to the gates, which means that there's an added pressure on the security guards because they've got that many more people to screen. They've delegated responsibility to the airlines, who have in turn delegated responsibility to contract screening companies who employ minimum wage employees.
Reports today suggesting some hijackers paid cash for one-way tickets. Surely a potential red flag raises even more questions about the training of airport personnel. Some critics believe our security puts too much emphasis on machines and computers, not enough on well-trained psychological screening of a kind common in some other countries.
These people who committed suicide against these, yesterday in this episode, are people who were in a high state of tension and emotion. And if you design an airport in the right way, you can see people who are behaving like this. There's a distinction between people who are frightened and people who are really high, whether on drugs or on fear, because they're going to hijack a plane. You can tell these characteristics. You can get down to 1% or 2% of the traveling public and know where the dangerous people are going to be. And you've got to develop a security system which uses this knowledge to good advantage for the public safety.
Should intelligence and ground security fail, once airborne, an airline's third and last line of defense is the cockpit itself. Until now, cockpits have been easily committed to terrorist demands to save cabin crew or passengers from attack. It was not always so. 30 years ago, American Sky married off hijackers.
We need to look at the possible resurrection of the Sky Marshal program in its entirety. In other words, possibly having Sky Marshals on each and every flight.
There are also suggestions cockpits could be sealed behind thick doors.
They've got to have a really sturdy, strong door. And they don't have strong doors. Most of the makes of airplanes that we have in commercial use now have very weak, flimsy doors. I've been really struck by that. They wouldn't keep anybody out.
Traditionally, aviation security has been seen as a way of shielding the passengers and crew and aircraft of one flight. Preventing them being taken to an unwanted destination or preventing them being blown up in a terrorist act. Aviation security is a lot more than that. It's actually preventing war.
Investigators have barely begun to unravel all the security failures, but already whatever innocence may have existed in the air industry has been shattered. It's one of the many ways life changed yesterday. Now, tighter controls, more delays, and much more scrutiny is likely to become a permanent part of our air travel in future. For The National, I'm Brian Stewart in Winnipeg.
This has been a confusing and anxious day at airports across this country. Hundreds of planes and thousands of passengers were diverted to them yesterday. And today, Ottawa cleared the way for many of them to finish their original journeys. But as Susan Ormiston reports, it's not clear when things will return to normal.
Going from grounded to full-up operations is a very complex job. Never before has travel been so disrupted.
Every airport in North America has this problem, and therefore it will not all of a sudden be business as usual.
The go-ahead began in Ottawa. Transport Canada officials huddled all morning, assessing the risk at Canadian airports. This afternoon, some news.
Assured me that the air traffic control system is ready for the resumption of flights.
But by late afternoon at Pearson Airport, confusion. Travelers who'd heard Canadian airspace was open rushed to the airport.
No, nothing's happening.
Only to be disappointed.
They don't have any straight answers.
Nobody knows.
They give
That's
us no
the thing.
straight
Nobody
answers.
knows.
One person, all five of us went up and asked different people this morning.
The same
One said
question.
6, one said 3, one said not going out at all. We had 5 totally different answers from different people.
They're stuck for another night. Why?
It just won't be like flipping a switch on and everything returns to normal.
In Montreal, ironically, airport managers from across North America were meeting this week.
First set of issues is that none of the equipment is where it's supposed to be. None of the crews are where they're supposed to be. The planes aren't at the airports they're supposed to be at, and the passengers really don't have a lot of information.
Example, some of the stacked planes in Halifax have to be ferried back to airline hubs. Fuel has to get to planes stuck in Gander, Newfoundland. Add to that the promise of tighter security.
These measures include increased police presence at major airports, increased passenger screening, and enhanced baggage security procedures.
Get used to this. The show of heightened security may become routine. And behind the check-in counters,
we're hearing about bag checks, carry-on luggage, hand checks of each item, that type of thing. So, and customers using things like express check-in kiosks won't be able to use those convenient kiosks, et cetera, et cetera. So it's going to mean the check-in process is going to take longer.
It's not going to be like it was. It's not going to be as convenient, as quick as what I thought it was. It was slow then. It's really going to be slow now.
And it's not just passengers. Every worker, even those building a new airport terminal, could face tighter screening. Tonight, a few planes are on the move, the first to leave. But as far as normal air travel, it will be days or longer. Susan Ormiston, CBC News, Toronto.
The search for someone to blame may be sweeping up the blameless. Some Canadian Muslims are finding themselves coming under suspicion or worse from fellow citizens, blaming the U.S. attack on Islamic extremists. Paul Hunter has our story.
It's something no one wanted, but it is happening. Mosques and Muslim schools closing their doors, fearing an ugly backlash as the U.S. makes it clear it believes Muslim extremists were behind the attacks. Last night, there were telephone death threats against Muslims here, branding all of them somehow as terrorists.
It hurts when people portray you as someone who you are not. And at that point of time, basically, your heart is broken.
In Montreal, this mosque was firebombed. Police are investigating it and threats against Muslims at Laval University in Quebec City. And so many Muslim school children were told to stay home today. The Montreal Muslim School was closed. So was the Calgary Islamic School, patrolled now by a security guard. Children didn't mind the day off. Their parents are worried enough to keep them here for now.
There is a possibility of people maybe, going to school or attacking school. Just a fear. It's just a fear.
The school is expected to reopen soon, but fears may linger as frustration among Muslims in Canada grows.
There are extremists in all religions, and one could not and should not show any hostility towards those who are themselves against what happened.
Today, we know that the person who committed this action is not known. I tend personally to feel very strongly that it would not be coming from the Muslim world. But again, it is remained to be seen, but whatever the cause, we should not relate to this person by his religion, but to the fact, first and foremost, he's a criminal.
Many Muslims say they're hoping the backlash doesn't last long, some guessing it might fade away after a few days. Though they also say it's unlikely the ugly memory of it all will disappear quite as quickly. Paul Hunter, CBC News, Ottawa.
Along with the question of who could have done such a thing is the question why. Why would and how could anyone carry out such unthinkable acts? Some say the attackers were enemies of democracy, taking aim at freedom and the American way of life. But as the CBC's Carol Off reports, others suggest a different motive.
The image yesterday of people celebrating a massacre of Americans produced another level of shock. It was a picture of cold-hearted fanaticism, but it also raised a question for many. Why would people hate the United States so much?
I think those images indicate something which the American public and congressional opinion hasn't really tumbled to yet, which is how desperately unpopular the United States is in some parts of the Middle East. And I think that's a genuine surprise to many Americans themselves.
We are at war.
Colin Powell talked of war today, declaring yesterday's event an attack on Western democracy and the American way of life. But what were the terrorists really attacking?
There is a very widespread and deep loathing and resentment of U.S. foreign policy overseas, especially as it affects peoples in the Middle East and Muslim countries. And though everybody in their right mind will be condemning this attack and will be sympathizing and feeling for the victims here, there is a sense that this shouldn't have come as any surprise. It's America reaping the harvest of the seeds that it has sown in its international involvement.
America is hunting for its enemies now. Osama bin Laden is top of the list. The Saudi millionaire come godfather of Islamic extremism is more a symbol than a person in the American psyche. So is Saddam Hussein, another chief suspect in this attack. One of President George Bush's first acts in office was to level missiles at Iraq, punishment for Saddam's attacks on U.S. planes in Iraqi no-fly zones. It was an echo of George Bush Sr., who led the Gulf War 10 years ago, a war that many observers say is still being fought by Saddam. A more difficult question to answer than who is why. While no one offers anything remotely like justification for this attack, observers in the Arab world say hatred for the United States is because of its foreign policies. First of all, for its policy of support for Israel, or at least America's passive reaction to Israeli aggression.
There's a lot of anger with the policies of the United States in absolving Israel from the responsibilities, in effect turning a blind eye to occupation, to settlements, to the mistreatment of the Palestinians, to the strangulation economically, to the demolition of homes, to targeting individuals in assassination campaign. That really is a source of anger by many Arabs and Muslims.
You've got a situation, a daily situation, where dozens of children, women, fathers and mothers are being killed by M16s, by F-16 aeroplanes, by Apache helicopters that are manufactured in the USA. It's one indication, this is one very visible sign of the unconditional support that the US gives to Israel. And apart from that, there's billions of dollars of aid that's pumped in. It's this resentment of the one-sided approach to the whole conflict and the fact that the Palestinians haven't seen any justice.
The other much-loathed foreign policy is the sanctions against Iraq. Observers say even if the sanctions were lifted, Saddam would continue attacking America. But he has support even from his enemies.
Nobody in the Middle East likes Saddam Hussein, but there is a sneaking admiration of the fact that he stands up to the US and is doing all he can to challenge the United States. Even though his challenges are rather puny, they take on a fairly big symbolic role, certainly for Palestinians, the 3.2 million Palestinians in the Middle East, many Iraqis, many more militant Islamic peoples in many of the countries of the Arab world.
America walking out of the conference in Durban in support of Israel. America patrolling the Gulf, protecting its oil interests. These are the symbols that have cemented the antipathy toward the U.S.
There are many respects in which American policy, particularly in relation to the Middle East, has been very foolish in many ways in the past. And I think in some cases, as we say, chickens are coming home to roost. But that's in no way to condone anything like any terrorist act, and particularly not a terrorist act like this. But the resentment that lies behind it has a certain amount of logical basis.
We'll come back firmly. We are still very much intact as...
Americans want to go to war against their enemies now. But how to fight an enemy that is so elusive?
The United States should have in the past and now and tomorrow really do a very important reassessment of the policies towards the region. This fix it and we will see approach, this hands-off approach, this lets them kill each other and because we don't trust them approach is all of no good, even for the interests of national interests of the United States in the region.
One of the worrying things now for me is all the talk, gun-ho, truculent talk coming out of Washington about reprisals and reprisals being severe. I think that's only going to add to the spiral of violence. You've got to remember that this is one of a series of attacks that have taken place in recent years against U.S. interests, and previous U.S. reprisal attacks against so-called extremist targets failed to snuff them out. They were militarily ineffective, they were inappropriate, and what they did was counterproductive because they engendered more hatred against the United States.
The political class in America, people who make decisions, they understand the dilemmas and they know what the countervailing problems are. But I think American public opinion and congressional opinion, and I think people in the Bush administration, have not fully grasped the fact that politics in the Middle East has changed quite a lot in the last 10 years.
An editorial in the Philadelphia Daily News today titled "Revenge" says it's time to inflict casualties. We crave only one thing: blood for blood. The paper doesn't explain why America was attacked and why it could be again. It only reflects the political war rhetoric of today. But how do you fight an enemy that's armed with little more than knives and a suicidal urge to teach America a lesson? For The National, I'm Carol Off.
Well, to help us answer that question of how to prevent more terrorist attacks, we're joined by two experts in the field. David Brennan is with the RAND Corporation. He's in Washington tonight. And David Harris, a former CSIS official who's now a consultant and analyst. He is in Ottawa this evening. Mr. Brennan, if I could beginning with you. First of all, I'm told your office is very close to the Pentagon. What are your thoughts when you look at that devastating scene around the Pentagon today?
Actually, our office, I was in my office when the attack occurred, and I don't know that I actually saw the plane, but the explosion was certainly there. What do you think? It's terrifying is what you think, and it had the desired effect of creating fear in an audience well beyond those who are affected physically.
Well, let's try to deal with some issues that have come up in terms of how to fight actions like this, and one of them is the whole question of airport security. Mr. Brannon, if I could start you on it. There's already changes being announced in airport procedures, both in your country and in ours. How much tighter do you think airport security is going to get?
I think it's going to get tremendously tight, especially in the very near future. And I'm glad you're picking up on the point that this is a failure. At this point, our understanding, this is a failure of physical security, as opposed to many that I'm hearing saying that this is a failure of the intelligence community. That blame may come later, but what we can say with certainty is that there is a failure in the physical security realm.
Okay, well, we'll get to the intelligence part in a moment, but give us a sense of how you think of just how tight airport security is going to get.
Well, I'll tell you, I flew into D.C. on Sunday, and I flew into the airport about 3 minutes before my flight left, and I walked on with absolutely no problem. Those days are gone. When I lived in Britain, the whole process was much longer and with much more care, because the country is used to being under these types of threats. We are going to have to accept as a people that this is an issue which won't go away, and it's an issue that is worth giving up our time for. And I think that we're going to have to move much more toward the Israeli position of lengthy interviews with people, keeping those who would often here in the States, we have people coming in who are unticketed into ticketed areas or into areas where passengers should be. I think that'll be a thing which is gone. I travel with a pocket knife in my pocket.
Not anymore.
Not anymore, absolutely.
Mr. Harris, how effective, Mr. Harris, do you think these new procedures will be? There are all kinds of them, from no more check-in at the curbside area at U.S. airports. Here, new restrictions on the kind of baggage you can take on board aircraft. How effective do you think this is going to be in fighting these kind of actions?
Well, let me say this, Peter. The very fact that we find aircraft already back in the air and going back in the air before we've really been able to muster sky marshals, people who are armed and trained for the very specific task of guarding people in the air, it really does kind of make you wonder whether we've really learned the lessons that should have been somewhat evident yesterday. I mean, David's made excellent points about how we're going to be seeing necessary tightening, how we must inevitably see airports disciplined and knocked into shape in ways that they aren't even now. But I ask you, if we do not have people on board aircraft, how really can we be sure that we won't have individuals taking control of those aircraft and taking us right through the same kinds of cataclysms that we have just witnessed?
All right, let's move the topic of discussion to the issue of how people who conduct acts like this get into this part of the world. Or, as you know, Mr. Harris, has already been a great deal of talk today about the possibility that they came through Canada, used Canada as a transit point to get into the United States. With stories circulating like that about Canada, do you now expect that there are going to be significant changes in how people get into this country?
Well, one can but hope, but the fact is there are very large questions about political will at the highest levels in this country. You have to remember, Canada is now regarded as a place where cabinet ministers have been known to sit down to suppers with terrorist representatives of various stripes and kinds. If that's the kind of commitment that we're showing, and you know, we can see after these sorts of events that the ministers still seem to stay in office, then one really wonders where the commitment is. Are we, for example, going to see changes, decisive changes in the income tax laws that today enable people to get tax write-offs for contributions that they make to terrorist and terrorist-supporting organizations, perhaps of the very kind that have blood on their hands after yesterday?
Mr. Brannon, what is your sense of the thinking in the United States government about the situation in Canada in terms of its attitude towards letting people with certain backgrounds into this country?
Well, I think into the U.S., you're saying?
No, first of all, into Canada, using it as a transit point to get into the United States.
Yes, sir. Well, we can see from the millennial bomber that it's certainly been done in the past. I would suggest that there will be pressure from the upper echelons of the U.S. government on the Canadian government to cooperate, and I think that they are reasonable to cooperate with and coordinate with security measures, which I'm sure will be in place very soon.
Yes.
Now, you raised an earlier point. You said you were glad that the focus was on the physical security aspect as opposed to the intelligence gathering aspect of what may or may not have happened on this particular case. It appears that the American government had no sense of what was about to happen. Was the American intelligence community caught flat-footed on this? Mr. Brannon, first of all.
We have absolutely no way to know at this point. And that's why I was happy to see that you were focusing on the physical security at first, because there we do have evidence that there was a breakdown. And we may in the very near future find the evidence of the breakdown in the intelligence community. But without that evidence, I really suggest we back off. We don't know, but with the intelligence community stopped several other incidents, that these were the ones that got through, but that others were stopped. We as a country have been, here in the U.S., have believed that we can hermetically seal the borders and that we are untouchable. And that was a foolish belief, and those days are over. The idea that we can know every bit of intelligence that is possibly out there is also unreasonable. And so we have to realize that they're not living in a perfect world. There are going to be attacks against the United States again. This is not the last one.
Mr. Harris, your thoughts on this? I mean, Mr. Brannon may be correct. There's no immediate evidence that they didn't know anything, although there's a lot of suggestions to that case, including Republican senators on the Senate Intelligence Committee saying that they feel they were caught flat-footed. What's your sense? Do you think there's going to be a different kind of intelligence gathering system in the United States after this?
Well, yes, I think so. There are 2 points to this, Peter. First of all, this hardly bears the hallmarks of a magnanimous and huge intelligence success. But there may be a very big silver lining that we can already point to, and that is that arrests have occurred with such relative rapidity in the States that if they are warranted, they may suggest that at least some of the people who are now suspects were well and truly under surveillance, and networks, if they had them, had been quite clearly identified. Remember, this is very early days after the event, as David's pointed out, and we already have a considerable number of suspects and information.
Yeah, I should unfortunately, we're a little out of time right now on that point, but let me just clarify one thing. No arrests yet, although a number of people are in custody for questioning, but American investigators making the distinction on that point. But David Brannon in Washington, David Harris in Ottawa, we appreciate your time tonight. I'm sure we could go on for longer, but we have to move on. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Peter.
They say New York is a city that never sleeps. And you can bet a lot of people were losing sleep last night as they tried to come to grips with this overwhelming tragedy. The CBC's Leslie McKinnon now on how New Yorkers are coping with the crisis.
Manhattan this morning. An army of earth haulers moves onto the island to begin the massive task of digging.
Thanks, brother. All right, go.
Even in disaster, New York City is impressive. A good place to find yourself in a war, where many New Yorkers feel they are now. The city can summon up a huge civic infrastructure from surrounding counties and states. But yesterday and the first part of last night were more chaotic.
We slept for about 3 hours. We just...
Doug Goodstein and Mickey Willis biked to the World Trade Center as soon as they heard, to do anything to help. For 24 hours, they fed and watered about 1,000 firefighters.
So there were local supermarkets that we broke into with the help of the police. We just bashed the windows out. We barreled into the doors. Anything, everything. Whatever it took to get it done, because these firefighters were coming to us drenched in sweat, dehydrated, and it was a desperate situation.
And emotionally distraught. We're having just learned that, half of their team was unaccounted for, so they're dealing with that at the same time and not really able to articulate exactly what they need, so it was pretty emotional in that aspect.
There were fire trucks that were just squashed like toy cars. Obviously everything was covered with dust and millions of pieces of paper. And on some of these fire trucks where they lost members of their company, with their fingers, they would write "Rest in Peace," and they wrote the names of the guys. It was just very emotional, and we were witness to body parts being recovered. We were distributing food last night, and some guy said, "Give me some light." And out of this pile of rubble, we're not sure how we saw it, but he pulled out half of a hand, which really shook a lot of people up. There was like 4 civilians there like us, and it was really intense.
There's shoes on the ground. I don't know where the people are, but there's shoes all over the ground. And to get an idea of the impact, when this thing hit and spread stuff out, like just office supplies, paper is stuck in cement. Paper in the rim of cars, paper is embedded deep inside the tires of cars. And so
the force of the implosion,
this is from here to that bridge away, it spread out like this and swept this debris. So if anyone was at a distance even watching, thinking they're safe, they weren't safe.
How do you get past something like this? And you've been at the heart of it from the very beginning, but you still have to live here.
I don't know. How do you bounce back from this? I don't know. There's going to be millions of people personally affected just through the 6 degrees of separation theory. I don't know how you bounce back. There's probably not one person in this tri-state area who doesn't know someone affected. I don't know. I don't know how you bounce back.
By yesterday evening, New Yorkers had moved from stark terror to a sense of disbelief. Most were cordoned off from the disaster and had seen it only on television. They set up soup kitchens outside of hospitals. While a steady stream of vehicles poured into the streets they were cut off from. Here at St. Vincent's, the injured were brought in. But by midnight, the number of wounded was distressingly small. And everyone knew that thousands of people worked in the trade towers. In an hour, only a stressed-out emergency worker showed up. The chilling question on everyone's mind, Where were all the others? As the night wore on, convoys of empty dump trucks sped to the disaster site. Wishing life to be normal again, Bob Arkin played his bass in a bar last night. On his way home through a traumatized city, he ran into his friend.
I can't stay in the house because I'm all alone, and it's like not even my own apartment, and I'm walking up and down the steps, and I'm saying, I don't get it.
Like so many in New York tonight, they can't quite take in the news, and they analyze it relentlessly.
And the thing I don't get is, if I were on a plane with somebody with a paper cutter, I don't get that.
Well, in the first place, you're assuming that they held it to the throat and forced him to drive the plane, the pilot to drive the plane into the building, which might not have been the case.
I wouldn't be driving that plane in the building.
Well, I don't think he didn't necessarily either. The pilot did. I think they probably just killed the pilot and drove it themselves.
I mean, I'm concerned about terrorists all the time. All the time, and people laugh at me because there hasn't been a hijacking in New York since like 1991.
And so they tried to make sense of it all, while others seemed lost in a state of shock. And the night wore on. Some bars were open late. Inside, people glued to CNN. There were no other topics of conversation.
I'm here now because I couldn't get to sleep. That's why I'm here. I don't know what effect it's going to have on me, what effect it's going to have in the city. It just doesn't seem real. I mean, it just doesn't seem real.
Do you think it'll take a long time to get over this?
I guess. I mean, you know, there's going to be some kind of prolonged impact. I'm not going to go to work tomorrow. I know my building. I saw on the news today when I was watching the TV, like the ground floor of my building was the windows are blown out and it was burning too. So I don't even know if I have a building to go to when all this stuff clears up eventually. But I just feel. I mean, it just makes you sick. When I saw what I saw, it just makes you sick when you realize that these people just were up there and had nothing, no option other than just, just jumping. I don't know, I mean, everyone's gonna get over it. Life will go on. It just doesn't seem real when you watch it happen. It just doesn't make sense.
The next morning, the day after what everyone is calling the attack on America, people grab the special edition newspapers. The streets look normal, like New York, except there surely has never been such light traffic. People go to work, and the mayor makes sure that garbage pickup goes on as usual. This is for morale, he's announced. Yet the city, in the morning anyway, is eerily silent, not the famous cacophony of New York. Surreal, like being in a movie. These are the words some New Yorkers are using to express what they see here. They're standing around mostly in shocked silence, looking at the still thickening smoke and the terrifying gap where the two World Trade Towers used to be.
What are you looking to do?
Right, thank you.
No, personal belongings, no.
And many are confused and frustrated. Ralph Edwards, evacuated last night, still isn't allowed home.
And he told us to just come here and wait for a while.
I mean, nothing's life-threatening, but I need stuff out there.
We just need all our stuff. I mean, it's right here.
But lower Manhattan still is considered extremely dangerous, and no one's permitted in the no-go zone. Ralph Edwards, his wife Cheryl, and neighbor Mark all worked near the Trade Center.
We look here, the building's, no longer there, and then you start to think about all your coworkers that you don't know if they're, if they made it or not. And then you think about all the merchants that you've met because you go through the Trade Center every day, you pick up lunch, you pick up breakfast, you buy things in there. Were those people able to get out?
How about you, Mark?
I know I've had that same thought. I mean, there's certain restaurants and newsstands that you stop at every day, walking through the the underground there underneath the plaza. And you just think about those faces you saw every day and those people, and just hope they really did. Nice people.
Do you feel like you're in another city, not New York? I don't know, Beirut or...
I don't feel...
How does it feel to you?
I don't feel safe. I don't feel safe anymore. I mean, I don't... I didn't sleep at all last night. I thought I handled it well yesterday, but last night it just everything just started coming back on me. I even saw people jumping out of the building, which was just terrifying. And so, and all of it, when I tried to lay down last night, all of it just coming back to me. And so, I don't know. I don't feel safe anymore.
Most people probably know someone.
Yeah, either you're going to know someone that was killed in this, or you're going to know someone who had someone.
But over there, they're not going to let me down.
No, they won't.
David Zinsner and Davi Aberson live in Tribeca, and they're not allowed home either. They saw the planes hit the trade center from their rooftop, and then they ran.
This huge, I mean, when I'm telling you, it was like a huge tidal wave of smoke coming at you, rolling, like dense.
I could actually see it when it got to the base of Hudson Street at around Chambers or just below there. And that's when I thought that probably we should get out because the air was going to be, no good in a minute.
We ran, and I think most people did. Our whole building ran. I mean, all of us together
Luckily we had
ran.
a place to go that was,
yeah.
We could spend the day watching it and helping people out.
Yeah. So I mean, you live here. Your life is here. How do you get past something like this?
Well, it makes you think, sometimes that people want to live in New York because it's the center of everything. And conversely, if it's the center of everything is as dangerous as this appears to make it, then you have to reconsider whether it's worth it.
Really?
On a basic level. I mean, sure, I think everybody does. But most people are, can't get up and leave. But, it's certainly can't be, nothing heavier could happen.
Feel any anger about this?
I think everybody should work and pray for peace. I don't want this country to go to war. I think more people will die. And I don't know what we can do as humanity, but I'm hoping that this will raise it to another level where people can maybe figure out a way not to kill each other over the path to God, essentially. A lot of it's religious driven, and there's got to be another way. There's got to be another way, too.
The second day draws to an end as the military adds its presence to the rescue effort. And the days of living in a war zone continue for New Yorkers. For The National, I'm Leslie McKinnon in New York City.
Well, as we mentioned earlier, Canadians were caught up in the destruction, and some are known to have died. Many more are missing, and that has plenty of people in this country waiting for news. The CBC's Matthew Pace sat down with one family, now fearing the worst.
She's my sister, and I'm here with my parents.
Jennifer Ewart calls the hotlines every hour, but as each hour passes, Robert and Kathy Ewart grow less certain.
We've only heard rumors. People said they saw them leaving. People said they heard my daughter calling to people to leave, to get out.
Their daughter Meredith and son-in-law Peter moved to New York a few years ago. They work for an insurance company in the World Trade Center.
Certainly no one appears to have seen them leaving the building. We have called hotels. We've tried to get in touch with the New York Police Department, but the line is always busy.
I don't mind seeing people talk about it, but I just can't watch the building fall down.
That plane going through.
The plane going through. I just can't. I can't watch that.
As bad as the images were yesterday with the plane going through Tower 2, somebody has even worse images today. It's just mind-boggling.
They're both quiet. They are gentle towards each other. They have determination.
He's always laughing, smiling. I mean, that's his face right there.
What can I say about my daughter? I love her dearly.
We have hope as long as we don't hear bad news. I still have hope. They're still pulling people out of the rubble today, and there's people in hospital, and I just pray to God they'll be okay.
As each hour went by, I've lost hope of ever seeing them again, and I am beginning to try and reconcile that fact. It will take a miracle, I think, for a call that comes and says, "Hi, Dad, we're both okay."
Matthew Pace, CBC News, Otterburn Park, Quebec.
Today at the White House, President Bush spoke with reporters briefly about efforts to find the people responsible for yesterday's terrorist attacks in New York City and Washington, D.C. He made his comments from the Cabinet Room in the White House. It's about 5 minutes.
Just completed a meeting with our national security team, and we've received the latest intelligence updates. The deliberate and deadly attacks which were carried out yesterday against our country were more than acts of terror. They were acts of war. This will require our country to unite in steadfast determination and resolve. Freedom and democracy are under attack. The American people need to know we're facing a different enemy than we have ever faced. This enemy hides in shadows and has no regard for human life. This is an enemy who preys on innocent and unsuspecting people, then runs for cover. But it won't be able to run for cover forever. This is an enemy that tries to hide, but it won't be able to hide forever. This is an enemy that thinks its harbors are safe, but they won't be safe forever. This enemy attacked not just our people, but all freedom-loving people everywhere in the world. The United States of America will use all our resources to conquer this enemy. We will rally the world. We will be patient, we'll be focused, and we will be steadfast in our determination. This battle will take time and resolve, but make no mistake about it, we will win. The federal government and all our agencies are conducting business, but it is not business as usual. We are operating on heightened security alert. America is going forward, and as we do so, we must remain keenly aware of the threats to our country. Those in authority should take appropriate precautions to protect our citizens. But we will not allow this enemy to win the war by changing our way of life or restricting our freedoms. This morning I am sending to Congress a request for emergency funding authority so that we are prepared to spend whatever it takes to rescue victims, to help the citizens of New York City and Washington, D.C. respond to this tragedy, and to protect our national security. I want to thank the members of Congress for their unity and support. America is united. The freedom-loving nations of the world stand by our side. This will be a monumental struggle of good versus evil, but good will prevail. Thank you very much.
Seeking a formal declaration.
Thank you all.
Thank you all.
In the afternoon, Attorney General John Ashcroft and FBI Director Robert Mueller spoke with reporters about efforts to find those responsible for attacks in New York City and Washington, D.C. This is just under 20 minutes.
This investigation and recovery is a highly coordinated effort. I want to thank all of the federal, state, the local agencies that have worked tirelessly yesterday and today to help the victims of this act of war find relief and to help the United States of America locate the people who are responsible for these terrible acts of war. Immediately after the first report of a plane crashing into the World Trade Towers, numerous federal agencies coordinating with the White House mobilized their resources. Throughout the day, secure video conferences took place among the National Security Council, the Department of Justice, the Department of State, the Department of Defense, the Department of Treasury, FEMA, CIA, the FAA, and other federal agencies. Both the President and the Vice President presided over a number of cabinet and sub-cabinet meetings and video conferences. Continuity of government plans were put into effect. Within the Department of Justice, our full resources were put into operation immediately. As I will explain in greater detail in a few moments, these resources have been deployed both to investigate this act of war and to assist victim survivors and victim families. But let me stress that this is not simply a Department of Justice effort. The response of the federal government across the board has been, I believe, from the President of the United States to the rescue workers, magnificent. I'll now turn to the information that the response we have been making has developed. I'll give you the information that we can give you. However, we will give you only facts that we can confirm. You may be hearing things that we have not told you, but some people have the luxury of speculating. We won't speculate, but we'll only give you confirmed facts. And also, we must be careful to protect confidential intelligence sources and the methods of our intelligence so we do not compromise this ongoing investigation or the capacity of this nation to undertake such investigations as this. The 4 planes were hijacked by between 3 and 6 individuals per plane, using knives and box cutters, and in some cases making bomb threats. Our government has credible evidence that the White House and Air Force One were targets. A number of the suspected hijackers were trained as pilots in the United States. The Department of Justice has undertaken perhaps the most massive and intensive investigation ever conducted in America. The full resources of the FBI, the Justice Department's Criminal Division, the U.S. Attorney's offices, the INS, and other components have been brought to bear and will be focused in this endeavor. Throughout the day and into the night last night, Deputy Attorney General Larry Thompson and Assistant Attorney General Michael Chertoff, who is not with us at this moment, and I were present at the FBI's Strategic Information and Operations Center, together, of course, with the director and a number of other individuals. The Justice Department is working closely with investigators, the FAA, and the intelligence community, including the CIA, the NSA, the Defense Intelligence Agency, and the Defense Department. Numerous agencies have assigned personnel to the SIOC at the FBI to coordinate investigative efforts so that information which is received on these premises becomes immediately available to the cooperating agencies. And I might add that we reciprocate with similar deployments in a variety of other settings. The Justice Department's Terrorism and Violent Crime Section is coordinating the response of the U.S. Attorney's offices nationwide. These agencies have a presence at the SIOC here in the FBI 24 hours a day and are coordinating efforts both in the United States and worldwide around the clock. Investigators are reviewing intelligence and have received numerous credible leads. Command posts have been established at all crime scenes. Evidence response teams and the FBI's disaster squad have been deployed to the crash sites. The The recovery of bodies and the collection of evidence is ongoing at the Pentagon and at the crash site in Somerset County, Pennsylvania. Investigators are working with the National Transportation Safety Board to recover the black boxes from the crash sites. The crime scene at the WTC has been secured, but is not yet a crime scene accessible to investigators. The United States Attorney's Office's terrorism units and the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Forces are obtaining the passenger manifests, rental car receipts, telephone logs, videotape from parking garages, and pay telephone videotape records at all scenes for review and appropriate follow-up interviews. All investigative resources of the FBI's laboratory and crisis response capabilities have been mobilized. Now let me turn this podium over to FBI Director Bob Mueller to talk more about the investigation itself.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. I want to start by saying that the men and women of the FBI join the nation in expressing our deep sympathies for the victims of these horrific tragedies and their families. And we, all of us in the FBI, pledge to those directly affected by these attacks that we will leave no stone unturned in our quest to help find those responsible and to bring those individuals to justice. Let me turn, if I could, for a moment to the effort that we have undertaken at the FBI to investigate these tragedies. Early after the planes started to fall yesterday, as soon as we heard that there was a particular city that was either a city of origin for a flight or a city such as New York where a flight went in, we established command posts. We have at those command posts and at a number of offices around the country where there are leads, more than 4,000 special agents who are assigned to assist this investigation. 4,000 special agents and 3,000 support personnel. We have over 400 of our laboratory personnel deployed at the crime scenes in New York City, south of Johnstown in Pennsylvania, and at the Pentagon. And we anticipate this level of resource commitment will continue for the immediate future. In the last 24 hours, we have been addressing two objectives. The first objective is to determine, identify the hijackers on each of the planes. Having identified the hijackers on each of the planes, we then have sought to identify any of their associates remaining in the United States. Our first effort is to identify any associates in the United States who might be related to the hijackers and to remove those associates, investigate, and arrest, given the evidence, those individuals, and to remove any threat to the air system in the future. That is our first objective. The second objective is to gather any and all evidence we have as to whom assisted the hijackers, and not only in this country, but also overseas. We have, in the last 24 hours, taken the manifests and used those as an evidentiary base, and have talked to many of the families of the victims, and have successfully, I believe, identified many of the hijackers on each of the 4 flights that went down. We also have identified through a number of leads, principally at the cities of origin, a number of individuals whom we believe may have had something to do with the hijackings, and we are pursuing those leads aggressively. Let me conclude at this juncture by emphasizing again the FBI's total and unwavering commitment to this investigation. We will not stop, and as I said before, we will leave no stone unturned until we have determined who was responsible for these attacks on our freedom. Now, I would be happy to entertain questions, as I'm sure the Attorney General would.
Has there been any arrests of any of these associates that you've identified in the communities of origin?
Now, I understand that there is reporting out there that the FBI has made arrests with regard to the hijacking. That is not accurate. There have been occasions where we have interviewed individuals and come to find that the individual is out of status and that individual has been detained on an immigration hold. But there have been no arrests relating to these hijackings at this point.
And the people that you've identified, are these people that have been under FBI's watch in the past relating to other kinds of terrorism activities? Are they people who you're familiar with?
As we identify names, there may be one or more individuals with whom we have information as to involvement with individual terrorist groups.
We've seen activity today in Boston, Rhode Island, and southern Florida. Can you walk us through, in any of these cases, and give us any guidance on why these particular individuals have been stopped and what the FBI is doing?
We have in Boston, my understanding also in Providence and also in Miami, we have leads indicating the presence at some point in time of either the hijackers themselves, and we are attempting to recreate the travels of each of the hijackers on the planes, either the hijackers themselves or their associates. And consequently, we are following all leads with interviews, with search warrants, and whatever investigative techniques are necessary to obtain the evidence.
Do you think, and how many were workers at the airport?
I can't give you a definitive number on the associates.
Have you linked this to Osama bin Laden?
Thank you very much.
Have you identified their feature?
As I mentioned earlier, we're going to try for around 1:30 each day to do this, and hopefully the schedule will not be so tight. And
Can you give us any more information?
I can't at this point.
Around 3:30 p.m. Eastern, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld spoke with reporters at the Pentagon. He was asked about the number of casualties in Tuesday's terrorist attacks. It's about 15 minutes.
Good afternoon. I have taped a message to the people in the defense establishment across the world, which I understand is going to be available shortly. I'm en route over to another meeting in the White House in the next few minutes, so I thought I'd just stop down and make 2 or 3 points. First, we currently believe and are certainly hopeful that the number of casualties being reported in the press is high. As you know from your own observation out there, the work is still going forward, and we won't know for some time precise numbers, but from everything that we currently know, the estimate that's been widely reported is considerably high, and we certainly pray that that's the case. Second, I do want to again express our sympathy to the families and friends and colleagues of all those who have been harmed by this attack on our country. Also, we're, needless to say, deeply grateful to the many units from all over this area that are out there and have been out there for more than 24 hours. Firemen, ambulances, and different teams and squads of individuals who are doing a very professional job for our country. We are, in a sense, seeing the definition of a new battlefield in the world, a 21st century battlefield. And it is a different kind of conflict. It is something that is not unique to this century, to be sure, but it is, given our geography and given our circumstance, it is in a major sense new for this country. Finally, I'd like to say a word or two to the men and women in the defense establishment, most of whom deal with classified information. Since the end of the Cold War, there's been a relaxation of tension, and it's had a lot of effects. It's led to proliferation. It's led to the movement towards asymmetrical threats as opposed to more conventional threats. One of the other effects has been it has had an effect on how people handle classified information. And it seems to me that it's important to underline that when people deal with intelligence information and make it available to people who are not cleared for that classified information, the effect is to reduce the chances that the United States government has to track down and deal with the people who have perpetrated the attacks on the United States and killed so many Americans. Second, when classified information dealing with operations is provided to people who are not cleared for that classified information, the inevitable effect is that the lives of men and women in uniform are put at risk because they are the ones who will be carrying out those prospective operations. And this is a message really for all the men and women in the United States government who have access to classified information. It seems to me that when they see or learn of someone who is handling classified information in a way that is going to put the lives of the men and women in uniform at risk, they ought to register exactly what kind of a person that is. It's a person who's willing to violate federal criminal statutes and willing to frustrate our efforts to track down and deal with terrorists, and willing to reveal information that could cause the lives of men and women in uniform. I think it's time for all who deal with that information to treat it with the care and respect that it merits. I'd be happy to respond to a few questions.
Secretary?
Yes, Bob.
The casualty figure you referred to, I assume, is the 800 number that was provided by the Arlington County Fire Department.
It is.
And you say it's considerably high. We've heard from the military service.
I hope and pray that it is.
The military services, information from the military services indicates that it may be more in the neighborhood of 100 to 150. Is that closer to reality, or can you give some better guidance?
We just won't know until we finish the work. The problem with trying to do roster checks with units, it may not include people that were connected with the heliport. It may not include people, contractor people. It may not include watchmen. It may not include work people who were working in the area. So it is folly to try to pretend that there's a number before there's a number. There is not a number, nor have we pinned down precisely how many people were in the aircraft who would also be in that general area.
There are some in the Middle East who are saying that the United States does not have the belly to do the kind of response to this attack on the United States that this administration, previous administration, don't have it to go after them in the kind of way that they have to be gone after, without any specifics whatsoever. Help us with the attitude that you go into this process with.
Well, I guess time will tell. I guess I'm kind of old-fashioned. I'm inclined to think that if you're going to cock it, you throw it, and you don't talk about it a lot. So my instinct is that what you do is you go about your business and do what you think you have to do. I think anyone who thinks it's easy is wrong. I think that it will require a sustained and broadly based effort, and I don't think that people ought to judge outcomes until a sufficient time has passed to address what is clearly a very serious problem for the world. And it's not restricted to a single entity, state or non-state entity. It is an attack on a way of life. The purpose of terrorism is to terrorize. It is to alter behavior. It is to force people who believe in freedom to be less free by altering their behavior and redressing a balance between freedom and security. Anyone who's ever been in a war zone, as I know most of you have, you know that when you walk out of a building, you don't walk out with your head high whistling. You look around the corner and see what's out there. And that's not the way Americans live, and that's not the way we want to live.
Secretary, Mr. Secretary, let me ask what I was just cut off for a second, which I kindly left to my colleagues. So we're getting word from reporters at the White House, quoting Ari Fleischer, that the target of the 757 was actually the White House, and also Air Force One was targeted. Can you shed any
I'll leave that to the White House. I'll leave that to the White House.
Mr. Secretary, your comments on the handling of classified information, are you suggesting that it's time to move to a more secretive government in which there's less transparency about what it is you're doing, and how does that square with the goal of openness that reassures both friends and foes around the world that the United States' intentions are good? We all know that there's a wealth of material that's classified unnecessarily and doesn't necessarily need to be.
Well, as I'm sure you've discovered, I do believe in openness, and I think it's enormously important in a free system with a free press and a democratic underpinning to our wonderful success as a country that we recognize that and respect it. I also know that you're quite right. There are things that get classified that ought not to be classified. But what I said is enormously important, and that is that when classified information is compromised by people who ought to know better because they're unprofessional or uncaring and perfectly willing to violate federal criminal law and seemingly willing to put people's lives at risk, their colleagues and their neighbors and their friends, I think it's something that should stop. Yes.
Secretary, Jim's question, folks, he needs to leave. We need to get you across the river. Last question.
Was sloppy handling of classified information, did that play some role in the attacks?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, sir.
It is an issue that I think, however, needs to be elevated and looked at, and that people in all aspects of government.
What's the catalyst? Where are you raising that today?
Yeah, has it happened in the aftermath?
It has been happening daily.
Sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
In the evening, President Bush inspected the damage at the Pentagon. He spoke briefly with reporters at the time.
Secretary and I are, first of all, I must tell you, I am overwhelmed by the devastation. I am so grateful for the people who are working here. We're here to say thanks to not only the workers on this site, but the workers who are doing the same work in New York City. I want to say thanks to the folks who have given blood to the Red Cross. I want to say thanks for the hundreds and thousands of Americans who pray for the victims and their families. Secretary Rumsfeld told me when I talked to him that he felt the blast shake the Pentagon. Even though he was on the other side of the building rocked. And now I know why. Coming here makes me sad on the one hand. It also makes me angry. And our country will, however, not be cowed by terrorists, by people who don't share the same values we share, by people who are willing to destroy people's lives because we embrace freedom. And, our nation mourns, but our government will go on. The country will function. We're on high alert for any possible activity. But coming here confirms what the Secretary and I both know, that this is a great nation. The people here working hard prove it. People out here working their hearts out to answer families' questions, to remove the rubble and debris from this awful scene. And again, thank everybody, not only in this site, but all across America, who are responding so generously, so kindly in their prayers, and their contributions of blood, and their willingness to help in any way they can.
We can go this way. Mr. President, we can go this way.
Okay. Yeah, well.
Next on C-SPAN 2, more reaction to the attacks in Washington and New York. You'll hear from Secretary of State Colin Powell, Transportation Secretary Norm Mineta, and Health and Human Services Secretary Tommy Thompson. Later, First Lady Laura Bush visits victims of the Pentagon attack at the Walter Reed Army Hospital in Washington.
Tomorrow morning on Washington Journal, more reaction to the terrorist attacks in New York and Washington. We'll talk with Senator James Inhofe, who's ranking member on the Armed Services and Intelligence Committees. Also, House Minority Whip David Bonnier. He'll share any new information he has on the events of the last 2 days and talk about the role of the congressional leadership. Washington Journal begins tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Eastern on our companion network, C-SPAN.
This Sunday on C-SPAN's Book Notes, Frank and Jesse James author Ted Yateman talks about why the legend of Jesse James is more well-known than that of Frank James.
It goes back to a lot of folklore motifs that you've got there. Of course, Jesse has the alliterative name, which sounds good in print and in songs like the Ballad of Jesse James, that sort of thing. And the other thing is you'll notice this with all legendary outlaws that achieve immortality, be it Robin Hood, Billy the Kid, whatever. They're all killed by someone they trust. In the Robin Hood legend, it's a prioress that Robin Hood trusts. Billy the Kid, it's Pat Garrett, one of his former buddies. In this case, it's Bob Ford, one of the members of the gang. So it's all treachery.
Frank and Jesse James, the story behind the legend, this Sunday at 8 Eastern and Pacific on C-SPAN's Book Notes. And now C-SPAN provides Book Notes audio in a downloadable format through audible.com. To subscribe, go to booknotes.org to view the full list of downloadable programs available.
This afternoon, Secretary of State Colin Powell spoke with reporters about the international response to the terrorist attacks in the U.S. His comments were just under 25 minutes.
Do you know what Eagle River said yesterday?
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I thought what I would do is to update you on the activities of the last several hours since I spoke to the press this morning. Let me begin once again by saying that our hearts go out to all the victims and to their families. It is a tragedy, but as the President has made clear, it is a tragedy that we are strong enough to overcome. Our spirits will not be broken. The resilience of this society will not be broken. We will find out who is responsible for this, and they will pay for it. We are undertaking a full-court press diplomatically, politically, militarily, and in the course of the morning and early afternoon, I have been in touch with a number of foreign leaders and international organizational leaders to coordinate the diplomatic approach to this. I have talked to Kofi Annan, Secretary General of the United Nations, and I thank the United Nations for the Security Council resolution they passed, and also for the statement from the General Assembly, and I expect the General Assembly to also work on a resolution later today. Lord Robertson in NATO is hard at work with a resolution that is under consideration now that would tee up, if I can put it that way, prime Article 5 responsibilities. Article 5 of the Charter says that an attack from abroad by any one against any member of the alliance is an attack against the alliance. If that resolution goes forward, that doesn't invoke Article 5 yet, but it puts in a position to be invoked when the United States makes a judgment about the nature of the attack and where that attack came from. And I appreciate what Lord Robertson and his colleagues are doing for us. I've also been in touch with Foreign Minister of Belgium, Louis Michel, who is also head of the presidency of the EU at this time, and High Representative Javier Solana, to thank them for the strong support we have received from the European Union and the statements they have made and their cooperation promised to us to deal with this tragedy and to move forward. I've also attended, along, of course, with my other colleagues, a National Security Council meeting with the President where we reviewed all that has happened and began to make our plans for the efforts we will be taking in the future, not only to bring these perpetrators to not only justice but to the punishment they deserve, but at the same time to undertake a worldwide effort to build a coalition against all forms of terrorism, wherever it may occur and however it rears its ugly head. This will be a major priority of the administration, and I can assure you it will therefore be a major priority of the State Department. I've also, in the course of the day, spoken to Foreign Minister of Great Britain, Germany, Canada. I have spoken to Foreign Minister Perez twice, Prime Minister Sharon, Chairman Arafat, and Foreign Minister Manley of Canada, if I didn't mention that, Foreign Minister Ivanov of Russia, Foreign Minister Ruggiero of Italy, and I have another number of other calls that are in the process of being made so that we can bring all of this together. And I must say I am deeply touched by the expressions of support I have received from my colleagues. And as I think you all know, the President has been very busy, and I'm sure the White House has announced his 2 phone calls to President Putin as well as to Mr. Chirac, Jiang Zemin, President Jiang Zemin, Prime Minister Blair, Chancellor Schroeder, and Prime Minister Chrétien. So he's spoken to all 5 members, other 4 members of the Security Council, permanent members of the Security Council. And I will leave it to my other cabinet colleagues to talk about the issues under their purview over at Defense, Justice, and FBI. There are, of course, lots of reports and rumors out there, and I think it is wise for all of us to take many of these reports and rumors into some context and perspective. This is also a time, of course, in that regard, for the American people to try, in this time of tragedy, to restore the society to a sense of normalcy. We've got to get back to our jobs. We've got to get back to work. And I know that Secretary Mineta, as soon as it is possible and as soon as it makes sense and is safe, will restore the air traffic system, and commercial air traffic will be brought back online, and I will wait for him to make those announcements with respect to that, and I know that's very much on your mind. Once again, we're building a strong coalition to go after these perpetrators, but more broadly, to go after terrorism wherever we find it in the world. It's a scourge not only against the United States, but against civilization, and it must be brought to an end. I will be delighted to take a few questions.
Secretary, the State Department has been advocating restraint in response to terrorism with the argument that violence only provokes more violence. It's an endless cycle. I wondered if the U.S. will be guided by its own admonition now that the U.S. has been horribly attacked by terrorists.
I think when you're attacked by a terrorist and you know who the terrorist is and you can fingerprint back to the cause of the terror, you should respond. Andrew?
I mean, should it be a limited response or...
You should respond, whether it's limited or other than limited. You should respond to those who did it, and if you were able to stop terrorist attacks, you should stop terrorist attacks. Andrew?
Secretary Powell, one country you didn't mention was Pakistan, and I understand that your deputy has spoken with the ambassador to Pakistan, and that this evening the U.S. ambassador to Pakistan will be meeting with General Musharraf. What specific steps are you asking Pakistan to take, and have you at all insinuated that if all signs do lead to bin Laden, that the U.S. would take military action against Pakistan and Afghanistan?
Our ambassador is going to be seeing going to be having that meeting that you made reference to. It'll probably not be this evening, more likely tomorrow as a result of schedule problems. But Ambassador Armitage, Deputy Secretary Armitage, did meet with Pakistani officials today, and really to share views. We have not made a determination yet as to who is responsible for yesterday's attack. But we thought, as we gather information and as we look at possible sources of the attack, it would be useful to point out to the Pakistani leadership at every level that we are looking for and expecting their fullest cooperation and their help and support as we conduct this investigation and as we generate more information, and to see if they can be helpful in generating information, as well as how helpful they might be if we find a basis to act upon that information. So yes, we are doing what you described with the Pakistanis. Robert?
Just to clarify, when you say you're building a strong coalition to go after the perpetrators, does this mean that you are expecting or hoping that other countries will participate in some kind of military retaliation?
Under Article 5, if we go that far and it actually is executed, then there is an obligation on the part of our NATO allies to assist if we go in this direction. It doesn't mean that they necessarily will participate in the attack, but it makes it easier to obtain support in the way of overflight rights and things of that nature. So but I don't want to get into what we might or might not do and who might go with us and who might not go with us, because that's just too speculative at the moment.
Can I follow that? having been through the Gulf War as you were, would you hope to build a kind of coalition that extends perhaps beyond NATO and includes perhaps Muslim nations from different parts of the world?
It should include Muslim nations. Muslim nations have just as much to fear from terrorism that strikes at innocent civilians. And I do have a number of calls, and I just haven't connected yet with other leaders in the world representing Muslim populations. As I was coming down, I was waiting to receive a call from Amma Musa, head of the Arab League, and I'll also be talking to my Egyptian colleagues and Jordanian colleagues before the evening is out. Yes, sir.
You have not yet mentioned the point that President Bush made last night, the idea of holding other countries responsible.
Yeah.
This seems to be a dramatic escalation in the U.S. view on how it responds to terrorism. Is that a correct interpretation of it? And as a follow-up, you talk about returning to normal, yet there have been all these mentions of acts of war, the idea that the country is in a war. How can we just return to normal when in a situation like this?
Well, on your first point, I mentioned in my earlier statements, and I will mention it again, that it's not just a matter of going after the perpetrators, but it's going after and dealing with the sources of support that they have, whether that source of support might come from a host country or other organizations that provide them. We have to make sure that we go after terrorism and get it by its branch and root. And so we will hold accountable those countries that provide support, that give host nation, if you can call it that, support and facilities to these kinds of terrorist groups. Now, yes, we believe that acts of war have been committed against the American people, and we will respond accordingly. But at the same time, life has to go on. In all of the difficult times we will be facing ahead, we have to still try to return life to a sense of normalcy. We cannot be a people who are afraid to live. We cannot be a people who will move away from a relatively open society. We cannot be a people who walk around terrified. We're Americans. We don't walk around terrified. We're going to be strong in this difficult period, and we're going to move forward with pride and with determination, and we will get our society back to normal with whatever additional precautions nevertheless might be necessary to secure our society without locking ourselves down. Yes, sir.
Secretary Powell, yesterday Senator Graham said that in response to the attacks he would be willing to reassess the ban on assassinations of foreign leaders. And I was wondering, would you support such a reassessment?
The ban is an executive order, and we have not made such a reassessment, and I'll just leave it there. Jane?
India has said many times in the past that Pakistan is harboring terrorism and there are training camps in Pakistan, and now U.S. officials, including a number of lawmakers here on the Hill, are saying that Osman bin Laden have his training camps in Pakistan, and because he's sending all his, running his empire or terrorism empire from Pakistan. So now, is it time now to go after those countries who are harboring terrorism really? Because how long can we wait, or how many innocent people can we kill?
Well, I don't want to confirm what the Indian government may or may not have said. But as the President said last night, we will be directing our efforts not only against terrorists, but against those who do harbor and do provide haven and do provide support for terrorism. Jane?
Deputy Secretary Armitage heads a task force with the Russians on Afghanistan, where the United States and Russia seem to share some interest. Can this be used as a platform in the coming days?
Yes, we're planning to do that.
In what way?
As you know, it's a little difficult to travel right now, but we're looking at ways that he and Deputy Foreign Minister Trubnikov can pursue this.
With a country like Afghanistan, with whom we don't have diplomatic relations, there's less leverage that we have against that country. What kind of things are you thinking of using now when you talk about going after the entire country? Is it food aid? How else?
We haven't singled out any country to go after. What we're trying to do now is gather the evidence and the information so that we can make a judgment as to who is responsible for this act. And once we do that, we will go after that group and we will determine what kinds of support they've been getting from what host countries or other supporting agencies, and we will go and deal with them as well.
Mr. Secretary, there are some 25 organizations on the list of FTOs, the State Department's list. Should all those organizations consider themselves targets of this global campaign against terrorism? And secondly, when you speak to the Arab leaders, and will you be asking for specific acts of support, of material assistance in this campaign?
On the first question, just the very designation that they have been put on that list of foreign terrorist organizations suggests that the United States will be taking action against them, and we just identified another one this week, the AUC in Colombia, and we take certain actions against them. It doesn't mean we go in and attack them with military force, but there are a variety of political and diplomatic and other and legal actions that you can take against them. With respect to conversations with Arab leaders, I'm sure I will discuss with them a full range of possibilities as to what kind of support they can give us of a political and diplomatic nature. I don't know of any other kind of support that I would ask for at this time. I might mention that in the context of my discussions this morning with Shimon Peres and Chairman Arafat, and also Prime Minister Sharon, I encouraged all sides to do everything they can to get this process of meetings started that we have all been waiting for Mr. Arafat and Mr. Peres to find an opportunity in the very near future to meet and not have protracted discussions about where to meet. It's more important to meet. So in this time of tragedy, in this time of heightened tension throughout the world and especially throughout that region, let's seize this opportunity to see if we can not start this process of meetings, the schedule of meetings, so that we can get to the Mitchell Peace Plan. So even while we are dealing with this situation, this crisis that is here in Washington and New York, we are also working on the Middle East situation and seeing if we can get that jump started. Yes.
Do you believe that this attack is linked to the events in the Middle East, to the Arab-Israel crisis, or is this something that preceded this current intifada? And secondly, do you believe that this bombing will somehow serve as a problem for moderate Arab governments whose peoples seem to be more enthusiastic about this bombing than their governments who have condemned it?
The governments have condemned it. I think that when it is realized throughout the region what a horrible act this truly was, I think it'll be sobering for the region. And I hope everybody will realize that no matter what you might think about the crisis in the Middle East, this is not the way to solve it. This is not the way to express your views about that by killing hundreds and thousands of innocent civilians. I hope that is sobering to anybody who has any civilized drop of blood flowing through their body and who believe in an almighty of some form or another. This is not the way you do it. There's no religion that would condone the kinds of action that we are seeing. And so I hope this will be a sobering experience for the world, and especially for those in the Middle East and in the Persian Gulf. Yes, Steve? Yeah.
Secretary, we know you have said that you don't know who's responsible, but your comments this morning on television and the president's comments about harboring terrorists do seem to indicate an organization such as Osama bin Laden, and also about harboring terrorism point to Afghanistan as a country that harbors terrorists. What did you make of the comments by the Supreme Leader of the Taliban yesterday about the attack? And do you think that that the Taliban are still harboring Osama bin Laden, and if he is deemed responsible for this attack, do you think that the Taliban will expel Osama bin Laden and help the U.S. bring him to justice?
I'm sure that the Taliban leadership providing protection and opportunities and facilities for Osama bin Laden. But I don't want to get into the hypotheticals as to whether or not he is responsible for it. a body of evidence is being developed, and in due course we'll make an announcement. But I don't think it's useful to say, well, we're 50%, 60%, 70% sure it's this organization or that. That just leads to, very often, incorrect answers, and I don't think it's helpful during this time. So as the evidence builds, and it is building, in due course, we will make a judgment, and we will act upon that judgment in the way the President has indicated.
The last one for Alan, Mr.
No.
Secretary. What conversations do you anticipate having with the leaders of Persian Gulf countries? What support will you be seeking from them if, in fact, it's found that the threat originated in their part of the world? And what kind of military latitude would you like to be able to exercise in that part of the world that they're blessing?
If we think they can be helpful in finding those who may be responsible, we will expect that help. And we will express the point of view very, very clearly, and I've already started to do so in some of my preliminary conversations, and frankly, I expect support. They are outraged, they are shocked, they are stunned, whatever their views might be, or whatever the views of their people might be with respect to the crisis in the Middle East. They are stunned and find this to be a deplorable act. I think they are speaking not just as leaders, but as leaders of people who, although some might rejoice and shout, most find this to be deplorable and something to be condemned. And going back to an earlier question, obviously the conflict between the Palestinians and the Israelis has been going on for a long time and is always in the background, but some of the terrorist organizations that we have seen at work over the years conduct terrorist activities against the United States, regardless of how the peace process may or may not be going with respect to the Israelis and the Palestinians. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Conversations you were going to have with the Persian Gulf leaders?
I beg your pardon?
Specific conversations you anticipate having? Will you be talking
With
to
who?
the Saudis, the Kuwaitis,
Oh yeah,
the Emiratis?
I've already had some conversations with Saudis, and I'll be doing more this afternoon. We're still changing time zones as I catch up on my phone call. Thank you.
ABC News is reporting that the intended target was not the Pentagon. Ari Fleischer told our reporter at the White House that the target was not the Pentagon, but in fact the White House, and that Air Force One was also a target.
Ari said that?
Yes. Have you heard that?
Yes.
Could you give us more detail about that, what you've heard, but the intended target?
No, I don't have anything to go beyond what Ari said, and I really need to yield that part of it to intelligence and law enforcement agencies. Thank you. No.
Transportation Secretary Norman Mineta spoke with reporters today at the Transportation Department about new security procedures at airports and the grounding of airplanes around the nation. It's about 10 minutes.
As the President said last night, these despicable terrorist attacks have shaken the foundation of our greatest buildings, but they have not shaken the foundation of this great nation. And I hope that we will all heed the President's call to keep the victims and their families in our prayers. Now, effective immediately, I have directed the Federal Aviation Administration to reopen on a limited basis the nation's commercial airspace to allow flights and passengers who were diverted yesterday to be able to continue on to their original destinations. Only passengers on the original flights will be allowed to reboard under strict security, and only after airports and airlines have implemented strict screening measures. Airlines will also be allowed to reposition empty aircraft in preparation for the resumption of regularly scheduled airline service. I have also directed that the FAA temporarily extend the ground stop order that was imposed yesterday, while additional security measures are being completed and we continue to assess any potential threats. Safety is always of paramount importance, and in these extraordinary times, we intend to be vigilant as we remain committed to resuming commercial flights as soon as possible. Therefore, I have ordered a variety of security measures to be instituted at our nation's airports upon reopening to improve the security of our aviation system. A thorough search and security check of all airports and airplanes will take place before passengers are allowed to enter and reboard aircraft. We will discontinue curbside check-in at the airport, and passengers will be required to go to the ticket counters to check in. We will also discontinue off-airport check-in. We can no longer allow passengers to check in for their flights at hotels or other venues. Passengers must check in at the airports. We must reserve boarding areas for passengers only. Only ticketed passengers will be allowed to proceed past airport screeners to catch their flights, and all vehicles near airport terminals will be monitored more closely. I know that all Americans want us to move as quickly and prudently as possible to return our national airspace system to normal, and we will, as soon as we can do so safely. In addition, I have the following announcements to make concerning other major transportation modes and venues. Major railroads are reporting normal operations and minimum delays. Amtrak is operating on a normal schedule and has returned normal operations in the Northeast Corridor. Many bridges connecting Manhattan and New York City remain closed, open only one way, or with limited access. New York City Transit is 95% operational, with the exception of the traffic around the World Trade Center site. Washington, D.C.'s Metro Rail system is operating on a regular schedule. Greyhound bus service has returned to normal operations. The Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, in terms of their terminal operations, remains closed. Our biggest concern is for the victims of yesterday's terrorist attacks. I would also like to commend our Department of Transportation employees who have shown an outpouring of support. Hundreds of our employees have asked what they can do in the wake of this catastrophe, whether donating blood or supporting rescue efforts. The United States Department of Transportation has been coordinating industry volunteer efforts to provide buses to transport emergency rescue personnel to Stony Creek, Pennsylvania. Again, let us leave here this afternoon with our thoughts and our prayers for the victims of yesterday's terrorist attacks.
Secretary, could take a couple of questions now. Jonathan Flynn.
Both the General Accounting Office and the Office of Inspector General said that part of the problem with security airports are the low-paid, high-turnover screeners. What's being done to improve the screening of passengers before they board the planes?
Well, we started this process actually earlier this spring by coming out with a rulemaking to allow the Department of Transportation to have the increased powers or authority to require, not only in terms of requirements, but the monitoring of the screening people at airports. And so as part of that process, we are looking at the whole issue of how to improve the ability to screen passengers as they come into the airport. As I said, one of the things that we're going to say is that no passengers are going to be allowed beyond that point. So they will only be screening passengers from now on. The second part of it is, how do we make sure the ability of those folks and what they're doing in terms of screening passengers is increased? That process we had started back in May of this year, I believe it was.
Mr. Secretary, can you give us some sense of how long you think it will take to get the system back up with the new security procedures?
Well, I can't give you a date or time as to when we will be back in operation. We're trying to make that determination based on the safety and the security of the passengers and the airline operation, given the intelligence reports that we are getting. Now, as I had indicated earlier, I had hoped to start operations today at 12 noon, but because of the concerns of the FBI and the intelligence agencies about intelligence information they had, and we had a meeting early this morning, and then there was a meeting of the Security Council, or a deputies meeting, and then we had, subsequent to that, a National Security Council meeting, which I was part of today. The determination was made to put off operations until we are sufficiently secure in our own information about when to resume operations. To the extent that we are moving or starting operations, that's why I said we're going to allow passengers who were diverted yesterday to be continuing on those flights and the repositioning of other aircraft. But beyond that, right now, we are not resuming normal operations.
The security concern that is keeping you from...
Pardon?
It's the security concern,
Yes, sir.
not the logistical
That's correct.
problem.
Secretary's
got to go now. Thank you very much,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Secretary. Thank you, everyone.
We're done.
On Wednesday at around 5 p.m. Eastern, Health and Human Services Secretary Tommy Thompson and a number of public health officials talked to reporters about the response to terrorist attacks in New York City and Washington, D.C. Their comments are about a half hour.
Ladies and gentlemen, first let me introduce the people that are with me. Art Lawrence here is the Acting Assistant Secretary for Health and is Admiral in the Medical Corps. And next to we have Jim Hughes over here, who is from CDC, and Mac Lumpkin from FDA is over here, who's a doctor, and Bob Knaus, who cannot be with us but is heading up our Office of Emergency Preparedness. We have Dr. Howard Zucker here, who used to practice medicine in New York and is on leave to be a presidential scholar for a year and assigned to the department. And of course, Claude Allen, who's the Deputy Secretary, has been doing a lot of the work coordinating all of the resources we have in the department. I'd like to just thank all of you first for joining us here today during this very difficult period for the people of America. I'd like to update you on what the Department of Health and Human Services is doing to assist New York and the Washington, D.C. metropolitan areas in the wake of yesterday's terrorist attacks. We have a long ways to go, but we have begun the healing process in America by acting quickly and aggressively to help those in need. We began preparing when the first reports came in from New York, and we mobilized as soon as state and local officials let us know what they needed. That is our role, to help state and local governments in any way possible. The Department of Health and Human Services medical personnel and support staff are on the ground helping to provide the initial care as we cope with this tragedy. Now let me detail what precisely we are doing. From the moment that we learned of these attacks, the Department of Health and Human Services began readying items and teams and resources to send to New York City and the Washington area to meet any needs of state and local officials. We have worked closely with officials at all levels from the start. I have spoken several times with Governor Pataki, Governors Gilmore, and Mayor Giuliani, and have vowed to offer whatever assistance that they need. They know more resources are only a phone call away. Our Office of Emergency Preparedness has deployed 328 medical personnel from disaster readiness teams to Washington, D.C. and New York areas. The Office of Emergency Preparedness also has deployed about 300 mortuary services personnel. These men and women are part of the 5 disaster medical teams sent to New York City and 3 to the Washington, Northern Virginia, Baltimore area. These medical teams each consist of physicians, nurses, and emergency medical technicians, all trained to deal with traumatic injuries and other emergency needs. We've also sent 4 disaster mortuary operational response teams to New York and 3 to the greater Washington area. And we just got notified that they want us to set up one to help handle the airplane crash in Pennsylvania. We're also in the process of shipping literally tons of emergency medical supplies to New York City with the help from the Centers for Disease Control. This shipment includes 84,000 bags of intravenous fluid, 400 ventilators, pharmaceuticals, emergency medication, and bandages and dressings. We've also activated the United States Public Health Service Commission Corps, which consists of approximately 6,000 health professionals. We've inventoried their specialties, and we're allowing any of those individuals to go up and assist and be able to help replace the medical personnel in New York. We also are giving backup assistance to the hospital ship Comfort from the United States Navy. And working with America's blood banks, we have acted swiftly to ensure the quantity and the quality of the blood supply in New York and the Washington area. Within moments of the first attack, I directed the National Institutes of Health to open its blood bank and stay open as long as needed. The response has been overwhelming, as it has been at blood banks nationwide. By noon today, Wednesday, the blood drive was forced to close because NIH had collected all the blood that they can store. Heavy turnout has been reported by the American Red Cross and at blood banks elsewhere in this country. That speaks to the unmatched generosity of the American spirit. The need for blood will be ongoing. However, I will issue bulletins about blood needs as they change. In particular, special needs remain for donors with type O and Rh negative blood types. We still need that type. Please make an appointment to give blood. If not this week, then next week, so we can maintain a high blood supply in the coming weeks and months. You can contact the American Red Cross at 1-800-448-3543 and America's Blood Centers at 888-BLOOD-88. There have been concerns that there is not enough skin available for skin grafts for burn victims. State and local health officials have told us that so far there's an adequate supply for patients. We have acted to put tissue banks on notice to help out if more skin is needed in the future. Questions have also been raised about the safety of the blood supply in this time of high demand. Let me assure you and all Americans that America's blood supply remains safe. The FDA is working diligently to ensure a strong and quality blood supply in this time of vital need. I would like to assure everyone, to our knowledge, no untested blood has been released to the public. Additionally, there have been questions raised concerning health risks posed by bodies which are buried in the rubble of the buildings, and this is a valid concern. HHS, led by the Centers for Disease Control, is working with state and local officials to protect from water and airborne health risk. CDC has a team on the ground taking air, dust, and water samples, and this is of utmost concern to health officials. Also, disaster mortuary operational response teams will ensure that the process of removing bodies is conducted as safely as possible and identifications occur as efficiently as possible. The heavy dust that has coated lower Manhattan following the attack also poses respiratory risk, particularly to our children and elderly citizens. We are well aware that New York has one of the highest childhood asthma rates in the nation, and CDC officials are working with New York authorities to conduct tests and protect our vulnerable residents from high level of dust in the air. Another concern resulting from the attacks is the threat of tetanus and remains of the buildings. We have acted swiftly to ensure that adequate amounts of tetanus vaccine has been made available. We have supplied the vaccine to health officials both here and in New York, who say that adequate supplies are now on hand, including 50,000 doses in New York City alone. And there is ample supply that can be sent if more is needed. Also, we've reworked the department's main website, www.hhs.gov, to include contact information for blood donations, as well as other information on how to get help or assistance related to this crisis. The site also has the latest information about our efforts to assist in the aftermath of this horrible event. We expect to update the website regularly to provide timely and useful information to the public. I would like to thank all of the millions of Americans and the organizations across the country who have offered their support, including the American Hospital Association and the American Medical Association, which we have heard from, which has more than 1,000 doctors across America willing to volunteer. And the National Medical Association has developed a rapid response team to assist in the crisis, as well as drug companies and medical supplies companies have been also extremely generous, calling in, offering supplies, drugs, and whatever we need at cost or giving to it free. Finally, we also are assisting if grief becomes too much to bear. Our Substance Abuse and Mental Health Service Administration has set up a hotline, 1-800-789-2467, to help those who need to talk make it through the tough spots. Make no mistake about it. We will get through this, as I mentioned earlier. We've already begun the healing process. We are Americans, and we will preserve and persevere. Last night, the President reminded us that, and I quote, all Americans from every walk of life unite in our resolve for justice and peace. And he said, we will all go forward to defend freedom and in all that is good and just in our world. Pursuing all that is good and just, that's the mission of HHS, and we will accept nothing less. I thank you very much for coming. Now I would like to introduce Claude Allen, the Deputy Secretary, for some comments, and then Art Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Just very briefly, the Secretary has covered all the issues that we are working on here in the department and on the ground. Just to let you know that we are working, we have a number of HHS employees in the regional office in New York, and we're working with New York officials to get that office back opened up later this week, and there will be a further announcement about that. We will be working here around the clock, working to keep the Secretary and the President advised of all activities involving health and human service issues in the area. And the Secretary has given you our website address and numbers, and we will continue to work with you on those issues as necessary. And I will just wait and address any other questions that may come at the end.
Just a short note that in addition to the immediate problems that the department has been addressing and that the Secretary has made decisions on, there are continuing concerns about health and safety, not only in the particular locations, but also in the city of New York as the result of the dust columns, as the Secretary has mentioned. I want to assure everyone in the state of New York, city of New York, and any other American who might ever be in this situation that the Public Health Service, the Department of Health and Human Services, is behind the population for the long haul. So we are viewing this not as a 1, 2, or 3 week process, but as a longer term process by which we not only monitor, but also provide direct health services.
Jim Hughes from CDC, make a couple remarks, and then Mac Lumpkin.
Thank you. Good afternoon. By the end of the day today, CDC will have 17 personnel in the New York City area working with colleagues from other parts of HHS and from New York City to do basically 2 different types of activities. One, to assist in the deployment of the medical supplies, the intravenous fluids, the administration sets, the personal protective equipment that Secretary Thompson mentioned. In addition, others will be working with colleagues in the New York City Health Department and hospitals throughout the city to establish surveillance for adverse health outcomes. We think that at this time, very careful vigilance in terms of public health surveillance to monitor disease patterns, trends, and to identify any unusual clusters of illness in a timely manner is absolutely paramount. Thank you.
Mac?
Good afternoon. As the Secretary pointed out, there are several areas where FDA is involved, both in the acute situation here and, as it's been pointed out, over the long haul. I think in the acute situation, our major concerns have been on the blood supply, the adequacy of the blood supply, and the quality of the blood supply to meet the very acute situation that existed yesterday and to meet the longer-term needs as we go forward. I think as the Secretary pointed out, we are clearly trying to send a message to Americans that the need for blood was not only an acute need, but it's going to be a need that we need to follow over the next period of time. And as the Secretary said, we'll be working with our colleagues here in the department to make sure Americans know how this need evolves over the next several weeks to months. The other areas that we've been involved in include the procurement of tissues such as skin for the skin grafts, and also dealing with the various pharmaceutical companies and other medical product companies to try to assure that we have adequate supplies of quality materials to get to New York and Washington and other areas as they're needed, and also make sure that we have adequate supplies for the rest of the country as we're getting through this very special time in the Northeast and here in the D.C. area. Thank you.
Dr. Howard, you would like to say?
All I would just mention is that as one who's practiced medicine up in New York, I just have the utmost confidence of the doctors and the nurses and the healthcare professionals up there in taking care of the patients who come into the hospitals, and also of all the emergency medical technicians and fire and rescue people in the city. And I think they'll do a superb job.
We'll take a few questions. Yeah.
Chris with the Associated Press. You know, people are trying to make real decisions about giving blood and things like that right now. What is the department's message on giving blood tonight or tomorrow morning? If you do not have the types that you specified, should you not give blood until a few days have passed?
Well, what we'd like to have you do is we'd like to have you make an appointment with your blood centers and make an appointment next week or the week after. We have enough right now. But as Mac has said, this is going to be an ongoing effort, and we're going to need blood supply, a constant blood supply, for several weeks, and we would appreciate it be spread out a little bit, and unless you have O negative or RH negative.
Chris Joyce at National Public Radio. Who's in charge of collecting ante-mortem information about the missing from the families, and also is anybody coordinating the collection of DNA samples from families, since many of these identifications are likely to have to be from DNA.
We'll be doing some of that, but a lot of that will have to be done at the local levels, in the local city and the rescue workers. The DNA samples will be taken from individuals and family members, and will be worked on through our 4 mortuary control groups that we have up in New York, as well as in some of the places that the city of New York has.
This disaster sort of pointed up the role that trauma care plays in national defense, and I was wondering if the department is going to take a long-term look at the adequacy of trauma care in the U.S. and places where it could be strengthened, and if so, do you have any thoughts on where it needs to be strengthened?
Not at this point, but not at this point about where it needs to be improved. I can tell you that we are taking a look at all examples and instances of medical delivery. The medical delivery system in America needs to be improved, and we certainly are looking at the one in trauma as well as many other areas. So it's not that isolated as you've indicated. We're taking a look at the whole panoply of medical delivery in America.
Accelerate such activity?
It certainly brings it front and center. More people will be concerned about it now. Yes.
What type of actions are you taking, or did you take yesterday? This might be a question for the CDC, to prepare for some kind of bioterrorism that might have followed in the wake of what happened yesterday.
Excuse me. We have set up a bioterrorism group, and I have put Dr. Scott Lillibridge from CDC in charge of that. We've hired some consultants. We've got several people within the department working on it, and we think that we are in very good shape. We were concerned when the planes hit some of the targets yesterday. We were very concerned about CDC. We increased the enforcement and the security perimeters at CDC considerably yesterday. And we made that a decision. I made that decision, and we called in, got a lot of help from the state of Georgia, just because CDC is a target, and we wanted to make sure that it was protected. Scott Lillibridge, is he captain of the so far? Yes. He's a captain, and Scott Lillibridge is in charge of that.
For the bioterrorism unit,
Yes.
and this is new as of yesterday?
Oh, no, we've been working on this for some time. I appointed Scott, I think it was about 2 months ago. Yes.
Cheryl Stolberg from the New York Times. Along those lines, it's my understanding that the CDC issued an alert to state and local health departments saying disease
We wanted
patterns.
to make sure that there was any outbreaks, any kinds of examples of diseases or infections whatsoever, that we would be alerted to it immediately. And
Have you been alerted to anything so far?
no, we have not. We check on a very regular basis. Did you want to answer those a bit more, Jim?
Well, I can make a couple of other comments. I alluded in my earlier comments to the fact that vigilance is critically important at this time. So we did notify state and local health departments throughout the country in the aftermath of yesterday morning's episodes that they should heighten vigilance and fully utilize the resources that have been put in place over the past 2.5 years to monitor for any unusual clusters of illness.
And then beyond that, could you elaborate a little bit on what disease risks the bodies might pose? What are you looking for?
Well, first and foremost, it's important that the rescue workers, as they come into contact with blood or body fluids, that they appropriately protect themselves. Frankly, that's probably the major risk. I don't think that it's likely that there'll be any outbreaks of infectious disease related to recovery efforts. But again, it's another one of the reasons that we emphasize the need for vigilance in the local area.
Secretary Thompson. Some issues have been raised about the possibility of asbestos being released during the collapses. I imagine the air testing that's going on will take that into consideration?
Absolutely. It's one of the most important things that they can be doing, and that's why CDC has so many individuals up there monitoring the air and the water.
And if that does turn out to be a concern, what actions can be taken to mitigate it?
Well, it's going to be We've got plans in place to bring other experts up there and to remediate it.
Mr. Secretary, the medical emergency response teams that have been dispatched here in Virginia and in New York so far, can you give us a sense how close to their capacity they're functioning right now? Of course, a lot of people, it seems that the biggest work is yet to come in New York, and how close to capacity are those teams functioning? How much more will they be able to do before they're overwhelmed?
Sure. And talking with our teams that are on the ground that are prepared to be deployed in New York, we have one DMATS team that has been actually deployed. We have two that are stationed at Fort Stewart, ready to be deployed, and then two in reserved. Right now, New York has the lead in many of these areas and have not requested additional assistance at this time. But as you pointed out, as we move along with moving beyond the rescue and recovery effort, there will be additional requests made and needs identified, and we are prepared to provide those assistance to the officials both in state and city New York.
Can you give us a sense the teams that are on hand, maybe how close to their capacity they function at 50% or?
And many of them, for example, our DMORT teams, which are our mortuary teams, as of this afternoon, we have not received any remains to be identified or to work with. Much of that is already being handled by the city and state of New York. They're utilizing existing capacity. We are serving in a capacity of reserve to assist them as needed. So we have not been called on in that capacity as yet, but we anticipate there will be a further call as we move further down.
A couple more questions.
You mentioned that you're on the ground out here in New York. Do you have any updated, death toll counts or survivors that have been pulled from any of the wreckages?
That will have to come out of New York. I plan to go to New York tomorrow, and I'm going to meet with the mayor and the medical examining officer and offer everything that they need. We're going to make sure that it's fulfilled.
Mr. Secretary, can you tell us a little bit more about the department's stockpile of drugs and supplies, some of which were sent to New York? How much does the department have? Where do you keep these supplies? Can you give us some more information about that?
Lots of supplies, but they're kept in different locations, and CDC is pretty much in charge of that. Jim, did you want to elaborate?
Well, there are 8 push packs, so-called, around the country in strategic sites. One of those was sent to New York City yesterday. In addition, we utilize a second-tier approach called the vendor-managed inventory that allows us to call on tailor-made caches of supplies depending on the nature of the incident. And some of those have been mobilized as well. That's where the IV fluids and the IV administration sets and the ventilators and all have come from.
Can you give us some examples of drugs that are kept in those?
Well, there are a number of antibiotics that are kept in there. Actually, this is the first time that the National Pharmaceutical Stockpile has been deployed, and Secretary Thompson made the decision to do that yesterday. The stockpile was created in large part because of the concern about the threat of bioterrorism, which obviously this is not. But because of that concern, it contains a number of antibiotics, which will probably not be needed in this case. So they're in the New York City area, but they're not actually being sent to hospitals.
One final question.
The push packs, the pharmaceutical supplies that are included, of course, some months ago there was concern about the quality of the drugs contained in the national pharmaceutical emergency supplies. Some of them were stored in excessive heat. Now that they're being used, do you have confidence that the drugs are functional and of high enough quality that they'll do the job?
We're very, very confident.
So they're doing.
Yeah. I declared yesterday a public health emergency throughout the department, so it allows me to bring as many resources to bear as needed, and we will do that. Yes?
Just along those lines, you said the antibiotics will probably not be needed. Can you talk about what will be needed and what is being used out of that stockpile?
The IVs.
Yeah, principally at this point, the IV fluids, the administration sets, the ambu bags, the ventilators, dressings, which are part of it as well. Those are the principal things right now.
Does it look like like you'll need to send more, or is this enough?
Well, it's enough for now. We are certainly prepared to send more if we need to. But the current needs, I should emphasize, appear to be well met.
Thank you very much. That's it. Thank you.
Earlier in the day, First Lady Laura Bush visited survivors of the attack on the Pentagon and aid workers at Walter Reed Army Medical Center in Washington. She spoke and answered reporters' questions. It's about 10 minutes.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Major General Harold Timbo, the commander of Walter Reed Army Medical Center, and we're very pleased to have the First Lady, Ms. Laura Bush, with us this afternoon. We've just given her a tour, and she's had a chance to meet some of the Walter Reed Emergency Response Team that went down to the site at the Pentagon and helped with the care of the casualties that made it out of the building. And then we have 3 patients still remaining with us that she was pleased to visit with them. They're doing well. Their wives are with them, and I think we'd like to give you, ma'am, an opportunity to address them.
Well, the people behind me are some of the members of that emergency response team. So besides having the chance to visit with 3 of the victims who are here at Walter Reed, whose lives will be changed forever, like all of ours, and by the way, who are all in very great shape and look like they'll recover fully. Besides the chance to thank them for their service to our country, to give them our wishes for a very speedy recovery, I also had the chance to thank the emergency team members, some of whom are behind me. Some of these emergency team members were just in their last few days of a nursing course here, a practical nurses course. They never expected to have to deal with a situation like this at the very end of their course, and I know how tough it is for them, just like it is for the patients who are in here as well. So I'm really thankful that I have the opportunity to thank them and to wish my best to the patients. All of us now as Americans have the opportunity to show our compassion, our resilience as a country, our courage. That's what these members of the team behind me showed America yesterday when they rushed to the Pentagon to rescue people. It also gives us all a chance as Americans to do what we can for our fellow Americans, to donate blood in cities where they need more of an adequate supply. Certainly, if people want to wait a month or two and replenish the blood supply in their own communities, for the some of the blood may be sent to New York or here, but it's a really good thing to do. It's also just a way to think of how we can help each other, and a way to think about how we can reassure our young children that they're safe. It's a time for parents to make sure their young children don't spend a lot of time in front of the television, to try to protect their young children and keep them from being fearful. This is just a good time for us to think about the message that our children are getting everywhere, and to let them know that most people in the world are good, and that this is a rare and tragic happening, but to let them know that they're safe in our love all over the country. So I also want to thank the media for the way you're covering all of this, the respect and the dignity you're giving to the victims and the people all over our country who are suffering. So thank you all.
Are you going to be visiting other victims, or do you have plans to go to New York or go to the Pentagon?
Not right now. I've visited these 3, but I may be visiting some others later. I'm going to try to talk tomorrow about specific ways we can help children deal with the trauma of this. And one thing all of us need to do also is help ourselves. If parents themselves are finding that they feel frightened or need some help, I know that churches and clinics and schools all over the country are supplying grief counselors, and this is a good time to avail yourself of those services if you need them, and to do the same thing for your children if you feel like your children need it.
What else will you be doing for children? You said you're going to try.
Tomorrow I'm going to talk specifically about specific ways we can help our children.
Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank
Thanks
you all.
so much. Thank you all so much. Really nice.
Guys, let's have that.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You know the name of Dr. Mike?
You all know Dr. Healy. Hi, everybody. Were you all eating your snacks? Oh, yeah.
I've had some before. We're just supposed to wait and laugh there.
Thank you all for giving.
Good to be here.
Good to do our show. Great. And thank you all very much, too. It's so important.
Go around and meet.
Sure.
Scared of blood?
How are you?
All right.
Good.
Just about to start.
Great. You're all set with your paperwork? Good. You're going right now?
Yes, ma'am. Sure am.
Good for you. Thanks so much. Did you want me to go for Okay. How are you? Very well. Thank you. Thank you so much. How are you? Good. Good. Ah, you're done. Great. Thank you for doing it. Thank you. How are you, sir? Thanks a lot. Good to see you.
Oh, you're done too, huh? Good. It wasn't bad, was it?
No, it wasn't.
It didn't even hurt.
That's great.
Thanks a lot.
Now, this gives Dr. Healy and me a chance to say again how important it is to give blood. We think we have an adequate supply actually right now, but still it's important to give because blood can be frozen. We can keep it, and the Red Cross will have a chance to have a disaster fund that they need. You want to talk about that? Or?
Well, I mean, obviously our obligation is to the people out there who are vulnerable and who are suffering, and we have been able to increase our supplies so that whatever blood is needed here in Washington or in New York, we can meet it, and we can meet it with a reserve. Our obligation is to make sure that over the next many weeks that we can build up the kind of reserves so that we will always have a blood supply that is there and ready in these kinds of treacherous situations. We are working right now. Within the next 2 weeks, we will have the ability to have a frozen strategic blood reserve for this country. By the end of next year, we expect to have enough blood to meet almost any emergency that this nation may face.
That's great. So Dr. Healy said you could come and fill out the paperwork, take care of all of your paperwork, even if you were not going to give blood then, they could call you back later when they were ready to try to build up this strategic reserve. It's so moving to us and to every American to see how many people really want to give a part of themselves. I mean, that's what they're doing when they give blood to help other people and to help their fellow Americans. So we all really get to see, we're getting to see right now, I think, the best of our country.
And I would like to thank Mrs. Bush and President Bush. You know, President Bush is the honorary chairman of the American Red Cross, and every American president has been very involved in the American Red Cross, particularly in trying times like these, and we're deeply appreciative both to you and the President for helping us.
Thank you, and we also want to thank the American Red Cross all over the country. They also supply grief counselors, and so that the different Red Cross places around the country might be a place that people could call if they feel like they need or want grief counseling, and see what their local Red Cross can do to help them put that together.
Thank you all.
Thank you all. Thanks, everybody. Thank you all for working over here. Thank you. Thank you.
Here's some schedule information. Next, members of the U.S. House comment on Tuesday's attacks in New York and Washington. Then White House spokesman Ari Fleischer talks with reporters. Later, Attorney General John Ashcroft talks about the investigation being led by the FBI and the Justice Department. Tomorrow morning on Washington Journal, more reaction to the terrorist attack in New York and Washington. We'll talk with Senator James Inhofe, who is a member of the Armed Services and Intelligence Committees. Also, House Minority Whip David Bonnier. He'll share any new information he's got on the events of the last 2 days and talk about the role of the congressional leadership. Washington Journal begins tomorrow morning at 7 Eastern on our companion network, C-SPAN.
This Sunday on C-SPAN's Book Notes, Frank and Jesse James author Ted Yateman talks about why the legend of Jesse James is more well-known than that of Frank James.
It goes back to a lot of folklore motifs that you've got there. Of course, Jesse has the alliterative name, which sounds good in print and in songs like the Ballad of Jesse James, that sort of thing. And the other thing is you'll notice this with all legendary outlaws that achieve immortality, be it Robin Hood, Billy the Kid, whatever. They're all killed by someone they trust. In the Robin Hood legend, it's a prioress that Robin Hood trusts. Billy the Kid, it's Pat Garrett, one of his former buddies. In this case, it's Bob Ford, one of the members of the gang. So it's all treachery.
Frank and Jesse James, the story behind the legend, this Sunday at 8 Eastern and Pacific on C-SPAN's Book Notes. And now C-SPAN provides Book Notes audio in a downloadable format through audible.com. To subscribe, go to booknotes.org to view the full list of downloadable programs available.
Today, members of the U.S. House passed a resolution condemning the terrorist attacks in New York and Washington. Next, 2 speeches from the House floor. You'll hear from Majority Leader Dick Armey and Democratic Leader Richard Gephardt. It's about 20 minutes.
Speaker, this is a time when we should choose our words carefully and deliver them deliberately. Speaker, this resolution is a resolution that shows our utter content and our total resolve after the acts of yesterday. America was attacked yesterday, Mr. Speaker. An evil, cowardly act of war against the American people and against the lovers of freedom across this globe. It is, Mr. Speaker, because of the goodness of the American people that they find it so impossible to understand such acts of barbarism. It is, Mr. Speaker, because of our commitment to peace and freedom and love that we do not understand how people can do these things. But, Mr. Speaker, there are things the American people do understand. We understand the heartbreak of the families of those victims of this atrocity who lost their lives. We as a nation come together with empathy. Our hearts cry out for the loss, the injustice, the mindlessness of it, the cruelty and the waste. And we come together as a nation to console one another. Mr. Speaker, we Americans understand the heroism that is demonstrated by our citizens, the quiet heroism of those ordinary working men and women in America who went to work yesterday to do their duty to themselves, their family, their jobs, to one another, quietly and ordinarily. We understand, especially in such dramatic terms, the heroism of the firemen, the policemen, that rushed to the danger to be of service and help and relief and perhaps to actually save people they didn't even know. We understand the heroism of the servicemen and women quietly going about their job, working for the security of America, for the preservation of freedom, who were assaulted at their desks yesterday. Picked up the pieces, ran to each other's aid, putting their Pentagon back together the best they can, and will continue to be vigilant for freedom and democracy across this globe. We understand that heroism. And the reason we understand that, Mr. Speaker, is that is who we are. We are a heroic nation. We would prefer to be a quietly heroic nation doing those mundane things in the ordinary business of life. But if we're called upon, we will be a heroic nation that will run to the distress to lend our hand. And we've proven that. Mr. Speaker, we are also a nation of people who understand justice, freedom, democracy, and, Mr. Speaker, security. And that understanding of these values we hold so deep, Mr. Speaker, should not be underestimated. It is that understanding that allows me to tell you now, you will be found. Those of you who perpetrate this horrible act will be found, and you will be made to pay. We also understand what is required of great nations in the service of civilization in this world. And that understanding runs deep in America. It, too, is who we are. And we understand that that commitment to civilized nations, respecting one another and treating our citizens with decency, is why this great nation will not be compelled, not even tempted, in the face of this catastrophe, to change its course. No, Mr. Speaker, we will stand together with the great nations of this world who love civilization, democracy, freedom, and decency. And we know they'll stand with us at this time. And, Mr. Speaker, we will stand against tyranny as we have done. Do not underestimate us in our resolve. This great nation of heroes that throughout its entire history loved freedom so much it risked its peace even to defend the freedoms of others, will defend its own freedom. And for you nations in this globe who would harbor the terrorist, who would condone terrorism, who might even support the terrorists, make no mistake about it, you will be held responsible by this great nation and by all the great nations of this world that love freedom, peace, and decency. Mr. Speaker, there's another thing that we Americans understand. We understand faith. We understand the faith of our fathers. We understand that in America we have the wonderful opportunity to have faith in things that are good. And Mr. Speaker, we understand that by the commitment of our understandings of the goodness of the people, the goodness of our way of life, the goodness of people across the world who love freedom, in the end, that faith tells us that good will defeat evil, and all the victims of yesterday will be vindicated by a world that will live free and decent in respect for one another, citizens of all nations and creeds, and for our own citizens. And I yield. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Missouri.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
I thank the Majority Leader for bringing this resolution with me and all of our members. I appreciate his cooperation, the cooperation of the Speaker and all the leaders of Congress, all the members. This is a moment for all of us as a people to rise to the occasion, to rise to the challenge. We bring this resolution forward with a heavy heart, but with an unbowed spirit, to condemn with one voice the senseless acts of heinous violence that were committed against thousands of our people, and to send a signal that we are determined to begin the healing process and to serve notice that we will take immediate, decisive steps in the days ahead to make sure that this never, ever happens again on American soil. Today we gather in sorrow for the military heroes who have lost their lives at the Pentagon, for the thousands of Americans in New York who lost their lives in the horrible explosions at the World Trade Center, and for the countless brave Americans who perished on airplanes hijacked by ruthless terrorists and made into instruments of mass destruction. And we salute the incredible, wonderful, heroic rescue workers, medical personnel, firemen and firewomen, policemen and policewomen who literally ran back into buildings that crashed around their heads in order to save the lives of others. At this very moment, as we meet on the House floor, countless rescue workers are still fighting tirelessly to find people who might be alive in the rubble and trying to bring life back to them. And hundreds of individual unnamed Americans are stepping forward to volunteer, to give blood, to give money, to give time, to volunteer, to participate, to save lives, and to bring people back. We have been so moved by the pictures on the television of rescue workers trying to bring people back to life. I've been moved by their patriotism, by their bravery, their resolve, their willpower, their love for other people. at a time of great danger for themselves. This generation of Americans is rising to the occasion, as Americans have always done. I've watched these rescue workers, their bodies covered in soot and dirt and blood, sitting on sidewalks, trying to get their breath, trying to find their surroundings, operating without sleep and help, doing everything in their power as human beings to help others, and giving their lives in order to do it. In the days ahead, we're going to hear more stories of more heroes, true-to-life heroes who sacrificed in all kinds of ways. And unfortunately, we're going to hear more stories about more victims who succumbed to the violence of these terrorists. And in the days to come, we as a Congress will be taking the steps to restore the American national security and to punish those responsible for this act of war against the United States of America. We will not rest until we find the perpetrators of this highest, most heinous act of crime against our people and against the United States and against civilization and against humanity. This is war. And we will do everything in our power together to make sure that terrorists never, ever again can create this mayhem, this chaos, this violence against our people and our country. And this resolution makes clear terrorism is a different, sinister kind of threat that faces all Americans and all people of this world. It demands the strongest possible response from our Congress and from our country. We must review our priorities for spending on national defense and put necessary resources into programs to combat this threat, to ensure that what happened yesterday never, ever happens again. This Congress is united. Democrats, independents, Republicans. There is no light or air between us. We stand shoulder to shoulder. We will trust one another in the days ahead. We will trust the White House, and we will ask to be trusted in the highest sense of that word, to find the answers that we can agree on to solve this problem once and for all. Freedom in America has burned for everyone in this world for over 200 years. Freedom was founded by our founding ancestors. What happened yesterday changes the nature of freedom in this country and every country forever. We live in a new world, and we will never go back. As leaders, we must find a new balance with our people between freedom and security. We must summon among ourselves our highest and best thought, our highest and best action, so that we can help lead our citizens to a new understanding in a new world of what it means to be free and also secure. Freedom will not be defeated because of the power of our ideas, the values of our democracy and humanity, and because of the wonderful, heroic American people who each day breathe life into the ideas of freedom and democracy. I ask you to vote for this resolution to condemn this attack, the worst attack in the beloved history of America. And let us move forward as one nation, one people, for the sake of every single person in the entire planet who believes in freedom and believes in civilization and believes in humanity. Let me end with the words of an old hymn that I love so much. We ask today for God's help. When we face the unexplainable, when we face evil, we must turn to God. And as the hymn said, and He will raise you up on eagle's wings, bear you on the breath of dawn, make you shine like the sun, and hold you in the palm of His hand.
Today on our companion network, C-SPAN 3, live coverage of a Senate Foreign Relations Committee hearing. The committee will meet to question John Negroponte, President Bush's nominee to be U.S. Ambassador and representative to the United Nations Security Council. Live coverage begins at 11 a.m. Eastern on our companion network, C-SPAN 3.
Yesterday afternoon, White House Press Secretary R.E. Fleischer spoke to reporters about the president's response to the terrorist attacks at the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. He also answered questions about whether the White House and Air Force One were targets of terrorism. The briefing's about 35 minutes.
Good afternoon. The President today has been making a series of phone calls to leaders around the world to rally an international coalition to combat terrorism. He has spoken today with Prime Minister Blair, with Prime Minister Chrétien, with President Chirac, with Chancellor Schroeder, with President Jiang of China, and twice with President Putin. The President will continue to reach out to leaders throughout the world to develop this coalition, to send a message that the United States and the world stand united, all the freedom-loving countries and others, to fight terrorism. The President is also gratified by the action taken today by the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, in which they invoked Article 5, saying that an attack on one NATO nation is an attack on all NATO nations. The President is also gratified by the United Nations Security Council resolution that passed today condemning this attack and saying that it was a threat to international peace and security. Finally, as the President said in his remarks this morning, freedom and democracy are under attack. The American people need to know that we are facing a different enemy than we have ever faced, was the President's words. In this case, we have specific and credible information that the White House and Air Force One were also intended targets of these attacks. As the President also said in his remarks, this battle will take time and resolve, and make no mistake, we will prevail. I'm happy to take questions.
In terms of the specific threat that you talked about against the White House and Air Force One, we have heard from administration officials that the plane that went into the Pentagon may have originally been targeted at the White House. What can you tell us about that?
John, we have real and credible information that the airplane that landed at the Pentagon was originally intended to hit the White House.
Can you tell us about the nature of that evidence?
No, of course I cannot. Any questions relating to how we have obtained any of this information, sources and methods, I will of course not answer.
Why it changed course, why it went to the Pentagon and not the White House?
We really do not know the answer to that, but we are aware of what we have.
Why did Vice President Cheney remain in the building?
The Vice President was removed to a secure area at the White House.
We were told he was working out of the Situation Room when Condoleezza arrest.
The Vice President worked out of several locations, and the White House has sufficient secure locations in events such as this. And this follows a regular plan that the White House has in case of any such incidents. Campbell?
Reports, though, that the plane flew over the Pentagon and passed over the U.S. Capitol. If the White House was indeed a target, there have been military sources who say
I've not heard that report. I've not heard that report.
Are you threat against Air Force One?
Kelly?
All right, then do you have credible information that the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania was intended for Air Force One?
Do not have any information about that plane.
If Air Force One happened to be a target, isn't it true that when the president went to Louisiana, at that point, once he took off from Louisiana, there were no flights in U.S. airspace?
No, at that moment, there were still reports of airplanes that had not yet been identified as to the whereabouts. That's another reason that the White House and the president operated in the secure manner that they did. At that moment, when the president had left Florida and was on his way to a base that no one knew where the president was heading to, there were still reports of planes that had not yet been brought onto the ground per the FAA's order.
So, I follow up though, but when Air Force One left Louisiana and headed to Nebraska, I believe at that time there were no U.S. planes or any planes still in U.S. airspace. So then why did the president go to Nebraska and not back here to the White House?
Because the information that we had was real and credible about Air Force One, and the manner in which Air Force One operated maintained the security of Air Force One at all times, and that also is one of the reasons why Air Force One did not come back to Andrews, where some people may have thought it would.
If we can make the connection here, that would suggest, Ari, then that the threat against Air Force One came in the form of another aircraft?
No, I'm not indicating what form it came in, John. And it will not.
Did the White House get this information?
On the flight from Sarasota to the first location.
So did the evacuation of the White House come as a result of that information?
That's a detail that I'm not going to get into, Terry, but all appropriate security precautions were taken.
And then on the subject of rallying this international coalition, does that indicate that the president would wait or try to get the support, either operational support or political support of other nations before responding to these attacks?
Well, I'm not going to indicate anything about, speculate about any type of response. You've heard what the president said, and his words speak for themselves about America's resolve. However, as I indicated in my opening statement, the president is very heartened as a result of the world reaction and the solidarity that the world is showing at all levels in so many nations toward what has happened. And the president is going to continue to talk to leaders around the world as he builds his coalition.
Well, did the president secure the support of President Jung and President Putin in those phone calls?
Let me try to give you a little more specific information on each of those phone calls. The president, as I indicated, spoke twice with President Putin, once for 5 minutes, the second time for 7 minutes. The president thanked President Putin for his call and for the message of condolence that President Putin sent yesterday. President Putin informed President Bush that he had signed a decree that there be a moment of silence at Russia and throughout Russia at noon tomorrow, with flags at half-mast to express the outrage and solidarity of the Russian people with the American people. The two presidents agreed that they would work closely together in the coming weeks to fight those responsible for yesterday's acts of terrorism. The president's phone call with President Chiang of China lasted for approximately 10 minutes. President Bush thanked President Chiang for his condolences and concern for the American people as well, and the two agreed to work together also to combat terrorism, which is another indication, as I mentioned, of the coalition the president is seeking to form as the world unites in the fight against terrorism.
All right, will that coalition look at all like the Persian Gulf Coalition? Is he reaching out to Arab nations as well?
The president is going to continue to have conversations throughout the world, and as you know, Secretary Powell has too talked to many people, and we'll try to keep you informed of the conversations the president has.
But is it right that the president has not yet reached out to any Arab nation leaders?
I'm going to try to do my best to keep you informed, but this is a process, and the president is going to continue to make phone calls. The president is, as you know, he has a meeting this afternoon with the security team. Following his meeting with the congressional leaders late this morning, the president had lunch with the vice president. He made additional phone calls. He has a meeting with the security team today, and we're going to keep you informed of all the information we can about the president's phone calls and activities.
Given
Jim.
given the scale and the level of killing in these attacks yesterday, can the president assure the American people that the response will be commensurate with that?
Terry, I'm just not going to speculate about the response. You have what the president said about how the United States will prevail. But I'm not going to go beyond that. I'm not going to speculate. And I leave it at that.
Can you say how close the U.S. is to knowing who is responsible for these attacks?
The United States is in the process of gathering all the facts about this matter. The full resources of the federal government at all levels have been dedicated to this, and we will continue to gather those facts and ascertain all the information available.
Has there been at least early consideration of possible U.S. responses, or is the U.S. government not at that point yet?
Again, I'm not going to speculate on that. Jim?
Yeah, what is the practical effect of invoking Article 5 of NATO that it's an attack against the entire alliance?
It is a message of solidarity with NATO, and I'm not going to go beyond that in terms of anything else that has a practical effect. It is highly unusual, if not unprecedented, for NATO to have taken this step.
It does suggest a unified military response, though.
I think it suggests a unified response, and again, anything dealing with anything military, I'm not going to speculate about.
But Ari, when you talk about coalition, it implies that you're looking for some sort of tangible support from other nations, not just words of support. Is that a way to look at it?
Well, this is a moment for the world to stand up to terrorism, and President Bush is very pleased with the reactions of leaders around the world. This is an opportunity for the world to stand up to terrorism, and that's how President Bush sees us.
Ari, is the White House going to make an open-ended request to Congress for funding, or is there going to be a figure given to Congress?
No, Keith, the President thinks it's important that this not become an open-ended request. The President, and by the way, the meeting with the congressional leaders today, bipartisan congressional leaders, was a very important and stirring meeting of patriotism. The outpouring of support, shoulder to shoulder, regardless of anybody's political party, was wonderful, it was impressive, and it should make every American proud. The President will continue to work with Congress, but he does not think it should be an open-ended commitment.
So just to follow up, is there going to be a specific request given to Congress today or tomorrow for a specific amount of funding?
Yeah, we're going to work with Congress on the specifics of it, and as soon as we have something to announce, I will announce it or provide the information to you. Jim?
Given NATO's decision today and the kind words from so many, or supportive words from so many foreign leaders, does the President feel that at this point he has the international support he needs if he decides to strike, if and when he decides to strike?
You know, again, I understand that you're trying to determine what may or may not come next, but it is just an area that I'm not going to speculate about, and I'm sure you can appreciate the reason why.
Can I just go back to the threat on Air Force One? I mean, at the time the 4 planes were hijacked, the President was in Florida. If you have a threat to Air Force One, it seems as though you're raising an additional threat that perhaps we don't know about.
I'm sorry? Raising an additional threat that you don't know about?
Some other action that was going on. I mean, obviously the 4 planes that we know were hijacked, clearly, I mean, were no threat to Air Force One.
There was real and credible information that came into the White House, and that is the reason why the White House, Air Force One, took the actions that it took in accordance with all existing plans. And that also included, yesterday, as those who traveled with us knew, that we were not going to indicate where Air Force One was heading to.
All right, involving one of those planes, one of those 4 planes, Ari, is that where the credible threat, or can you say, are we talking about something totally different?
You're asking me, in essence, what the source of information is. And I think the American people...
How have we accounted for those 4 planes and what their targets were? Is there, which by deduction, you would assume there is something else that we're talking about targeting Air Force One. Can we make that assumption?
I'm not going to lead you any further as to speculating about what was the nature of the threat to Air Force One. But as I indicated, and I'll say it again, it was real, it was credible.
4 planes that we have accounted for.
I'm just not going to speculate about the nature of it.
All right, can I ask you this question? Was the President's original destination upon departure from Sarasota Andrews Air Force Base?
Again, I'm just not going to get into those type of details about Air Force One's operations and its locations in this context.
If it was your intention to return to Washington.
But suffice it to say, if people suspected that the likely location of a return of Air Force One would be to Andrews Air Force Base if the president were returning to Washington. It would be wise, in the interest of the country, for Air Force One not to return to a location that would have been predictable.
All the fingers are being pointed at Osama bin Laden in Afghanistan. He's being helped by or supported by Taliban and bases in Pakistan. So are we talking about now going against Afghanistan or Pakistan? And if it happened, then it is all in the name of Islam. So is it time now for the United States not to wait anymore, that more innocent people will be killed in the name
I
of...
was asked earlier about who we believe is the source of this, and I indicated that the United States continues to gather the facts about that information, and so your question presupposes the answer, and I'm not prepared to do that. Jim,
Surely investigators have uncovered reams of credible information that you've chosen not to release. Why did you decide to release this information to us today, just this?
Because just as the President said in his remarks this morning, and I'm quoting from the President, the American people need to know that we are facing a different enemy than we have ever faced. And the President, having said that, thought it was appropriate to let the American people know the lengths to which those who perpetrated these terrorist acts were prepared to go in an attack on our nation.
Were there any other targets that we don't know about?
These are the only ones that I'm aware of, Campbell.
In terms of the president's language
Terry,
this morning,
Terry, and then we'll come back to John.
Is the president satisfied, and should the American people be satisfied with the performance of the intelligence community in this country, given what happened yesterday?
The president believes that the intelligence community and the nation's military are the best in the world. And clearly, something yesterday took place in New York that was not foreseen, that we had no specific information about. But the president's focus right now is on helping those who have the families of those who have lost their lives and those who are suffering in this tragedy, and on taking whatever the appropriate next steps should be.
Does he want to know what went wrong? Has he asked to find out where the gaps were?
I think at the appropriate time, the president will ask all appropriate questions, but the president is focused now on getting help to those who need help in New York, here at the Pentagon, and on to talking with his national security team about any appropriate actions.
In terms of the president's statement this morning that this was an act of war, was it the realization that both the White House and Air Force One were targeted that elevated his language to talk about an act of war? Was it a threat against the head of this country that elevated it to that level?
John, I think that the actions against the soil of the United States are what led the president to say that this was an act of war against the United States.
Well, why not use the word war last night in his televised address to the nation? What changed overnight to ratchet up that rhetoric?
I think that you're just going to continue to hear the president speak out on a regular basis, and the president will share his thoughts with you as his thoughts develop as a result of the conversations he has with his security team, and as he thinks this matter through in his mind and shares information with the public.
How much money are you talking about in this spending request? You know, are we correct to assume it's in the billions of dollars?
That's a correct assumption. And again, once we have specific information, more specific than that, I will get it to you. But the president made it clear that there should not be an open-ended commitment. We'll have as soon as the information is better developed in our conversation with the Congress. I'm going to do my best to provide it to you in specificity. Go ahead.
What are you hearing from the President's Financial Working Group about a possible timetable to reopen the markets? And how important is that to not only investors in this country, but to the global economy?
Well, first of all, on the first part of your question, the Security and Exchange Commission as well as Department of Treasury are looking at that matter, and so I'm going to leave that answer up to them. But obviously, as the president said today, that the federal government and all our agencies are conducting business, but it's not business as usual. So the president is cognizant of the fact that it's important to get as much back online as quickly as is possible, and all the agencies of the government are tasked with doing so.
Given the president's language today, is there any discussion here of asking Congress for a declaration of war?
You know, again, as the president said, there were acts of war that were carried out against our country, and the president will continue to work with Congress on any appropriate measures at the appropriate time. But, you know, this is also a different situation from situations our nation has faced in the past, and the president is cognizant of that. You know, as the president indicated, in this case, as we ascertain information, we are dealing, at least at this point, with nameless, faceless people, and it is a different type of war than it was, say, when you knew the capital of the country that attacked you. So we will continue to work with the Congress on appropriate language at the appropriate time.
Just to try to understand your answer, given what you said, since it is unclear who has done this, or officially unclear who has done this at this point, is it less likely that there will be a request for a declaration of war?
No, I didn't indicate one way or another. I said that the President will continue to work with Congress on appropriate language at the appropriate time.
Not ruling it out.
I've answered the question.
Are you planning a major expansion of the Sky Marshal program?
Jim, that's a question that you need to talk to the Department of Transportation about. They'll be addressing all issues dealing with airline safety. Go ahead. Go ahead, Elizabeth.
What is the President's mood right now, his state of mind? How's he continuing through the day?
You know, I gave you some indication about the meeting with members of Congress, and I really have to say that it was a striking meeting in that the leaders of our nation, in the Congress, regardless of party, and in the White House, are resolute and are shoulder to shoulder, and that is the President's mood. I indicated yesterday that the President is determined, and I think that is still a fitting description of the President.
There are administration officials who are describing him as more angry than they've ever seen him. Do you see that?
I see him as determined. There's no question that the President has strong thoughts and strong feelings, but the President also is focused on this matter in a way that, again, I just go back to the meeting he had with the members of Congress. He is focused on rallying our nation, on helping those who need help at this time in New York and at the Pentagon, expressing his sorrow to the families involved, and on ascertaining all facts and all information so that the United States can and will do the right thing.
Ari, have you heard from or reached out to former presidents for advice, for counsel, for support?
I don't have any information, Kelly, about any former presidents that he's talked to beyond what I indicated yesterday.
As to the meeting with the leaders of Congress today, does the President come out of that thinking he has carte blanche in response, etc.?
No, the President does not think that. The President is going to continue to consult. The President is going to continue to lead. But the President understands that at all times it's important to work with Congress, but it's particularly important now to consult with the Congress. One of the greatest strengths of our country is that we are a Constitution-based democracy. Our Constitution and our nation have survived acts of terror and attacks on our nation before. And the President knows that the strength of our nation comes from that Constitution, which gives an important role to Congress. And he will continue to consult closely with Congress and its leaders. Ron?
The threat to Air Force One, are you really saying that this was an assassination plot that either went awry or was thwarted by our reaction, the U.S. reaction?
Well, Ron, I'm not going to speculate about that. I'm just going to share the information that I shared about what the targets were, and I think you can draw your own conclusions.
In 10 days.
Go ahead.
Let me ask you about the idea of a willingness to attack those who host terrorism. Is this a change in the U.S. policy for how we treat these countries who may not have participated in the act, but may have known that these terrorists were in country? Is this a change in U.S. policy, and if so, where does it come from?
Well, you know, I don't know if this is a change or not. Of course, given the fact that President Bush has been in office now for 9 months, this is, I think, an example of how President Bush is going to address this in a resolute manner. The President's words speak for themselves about what he said and why he said it, and everyone should be clear about what the President said. Go ahead.
The President's outspoken about his religious faith. Can you tell us if he's had any conversations with pastors or religious leaders over the course of events the last 2 days?
Yeah, I have not asked him that, so I do not know.
He quoted the Bible in the speech last night.
Right.
Is it safe to assume that his religious faith is sustaining him during the crisis?
I think it's fair to say that in all things the President's religious faith sustains him, particularly at a time like now. Go ahead, and I'll come back on it.
Before this occurred, the Congress and the President were at odds about the budget and about spending this year. As a result of this patriotic meeting today, does the President have any reason to believe that that will be resolved more easily?
Well, I think there is no question there is a real sense from members of Congress and the President about the importance of working together on all issues. And as always, the government, the President, all agencies will continue to work closely with Congress, and there'll be other important issues that get addressed as this international issue gets addressed. Helen?
Will the president have to dip into Social Security surplus to get for these the terrorist funds? And one unrelated question. How can you declare war against a nation when you don't know the nation involved?
Well, that's one of the answers I gave earlier when I was asked that question about...
Against an individual, surely.
And that's why I indicated that we continue to work with the Congress on appropriate language at the appropriate time. But as the President has said, that this is a nameless, faceless act at this point. And so that's where the President is on that. As for Social Security, again, the fiscal year will end on September 30th. We'll have more specific information at that time. But clearly, the situation has changed. But the President was always going to be mindful of the economy, always be mindful of the need to help our nation's seniors. And that's another reason it's so important that the government is up and functioning. Seniors are receiving their Social Security checks. And as the President said, it's not business as usual, but the business of the nation and the government is going on. Go ahead, Helen.
Does he feel he has to have a declaration of war to go after known terrorists?
Well, that's speculating about what the President is going to do, and I'm just not going to do that.
This would be M.O. Would we really?
Well, that would presume a certain action by the President, and so I'm not prepared to take
Ari,
that.
you said earlier that the President has spoken with his father. Can you tell us, is former President George Bush any kind of advisor throughout this crisis management?
Well, so as I've indicated throughout the year, when the President speaks with his father, he speaks with him as a son and also as someone who speaks with former presidents. And in all his communications with former presidents, the President has asked me to keep those confidential, and I'm going to continue to do so.
As a result of the extensive briefings that the President has now had since the attacks of yesterday morning, does he have any reason to believe that there are any further attacks that may be planned?
As the President indicated today in his remarks, it is not business as usual, and there are heightened security measures in place. He has also said that our nation is going to move forward. So at all times, the United States government will continue to be vigilant and protective of its citizens. We do live in an open and free society, but obviously the attacks that were planned yesterday were executed yesterday.
Security,
Kelly, go ahead.
I know that the Department of Transportation will do a briefing, and of course the FAA is sort of putting out a directive for tighter security standards. Is the President calling for any review right off the bat now of security procedures at airports? And does he see any more federal need in such a way of sort of federalizing security at the nation's airports?
The President is confident that Secretary Mineta is fully addressing this matter. Secretary Mineta has been in regular contact, not only with the airlines, but also with the intelligence community, as well as with other authorities as part of the President's team that he has put together to address this matter, not only in the sense of one agency's responsibility involving travel, but also how all other government agencies can contribute to the safety and security of the American people and helping the Department of Transportation to carry out its mission.
Is the Secretary then conducting a review right now of all security procedures?
I think that's a question you need to address directly to the Secretary. Go ahead.
Yes, has the President started to contemplate his military options with his national security team today?
Again, any questions dealing with what military options the President may or may not be considering is a question I'm sure you can appreciate the American people do not want answered publicly, and I'm just not going to discuss that issue.
You spoke earlier today about the President's desire to go to New York City. Have you gone any further down that road today?
John, the President would like to go to New York City. The President's heart goes out to those who live in New York, to the families who have lost loved ones, and to all New Yorkers and to all Americans who look at New York and see a beautiful skyline that is now altered. But the President is also cognizant of the fact that nothing should be done that would in any way hinder the ability of those who are carrying out the rescue efforts to find survivors and get them out. And anytime the President travels, it does create issues for people on the ground, and the President is not going to try to do anything that would make anything harder for the people who are carrying out their number one priority. So at the appropriate time, the President will go to New York, but the President's first focus is on making sure that the rescue workers are able to conduct their jobs. Jim?
More detail on the President's day after or following the meeting with congressional leaders. Was anyone else at this lunch with Cheney? What happened between after the lunch with Cheney and right now?
The President and Vice President Cheney had lunch in the private dining room right off the Oval Office. The president then made additional phone calls to foreign leaders, and he began a meeting just a little while ago with his national security team.
Did he make any phone calls outside of foreign leaders? Did he call anyone else?
I only have a rundown on the foreign leader calls, Jim. Go ahead.
About the phone calls, I'm a little puzzled why it was necessary to talk twice in a day to President Putin. My question is, have the two presidents confirmed their desire to meet according to the schedule that is known in China and in Texas?
Well, let me just say on the question of how many times they spoke, the president is going to continue to reach out and talk to people per his judgment about how to bring about a coalition that will rally the world against terrorism. And it's, I think, a sign of the strength of the world reaction in response to this accident, this act of terrorism in New York. As for any further scheduling events, we're going to keep you informed about anything, but I have no information about any changes in the president's schedule beyond the immediate short term. And so you should not anticipate any unless and until, and you may not be advised. They may all be underway just as planned, but events are just beginning, and we're going to keep you informed.
The session of the G8, though, that the Italians seem to be suggesting now, is it something that the White House is considering?
Questions at the G8 involve the finance and treasury minister, so that's a question you should address to Treasury.
Are there some again, by saying that these are acts of war, what exactly does that mean practically when the president says that? Where does that take him?
That the United States was attacked. American soil was attacked. And the president will describe this, as he always has and he always does, in a frank and forthright fashion.
Does that pave the way for an action by Congress?
I think you're getting at a question that I've addressed earlier. I think the words the president used speak for themselves.
Is the president seeking any further Security Council action?
At the United Nations? I don't have any further information on that. That's something you should talk to the state about.
Major international gatherings scheduled in the United States soon. The IMF World Bank meeting here at the UN General Assembly. Is the president considering any action in regard to those, suggesting perhaps that they be canceled on them?
As I indicated earlier, the president's schedule for the next several days is being revised so that the president can spend the maximum amount of time focused on what has taken place. Any other events that are on the president's schedule beyond a week, 2 weeks, extended period, we will deal with those events as they become closer.
But does he believe that those should still take place as scheduled in these cities?
Terry, I think it's too soon to say. This act of terrorism took place yesterday, and the government is continuing to gather the facts about it. And as decisions are made, as events come upon us per the schedule and the calendar, we'll share those decisions with you. Jim?
On the phrase act of war, are you saying that is just a phrase describing what happened, or does it carry any legal or political or constitutional significance?
Jim, I think the American people know that when the United States is attacked in the manner it was attacked, this is an act of war. And I think there is no other way to describe it. And I think that's what the American people expect from their president, is a president who will talk with them straight and direct about it.
Also carry some sort of legal, congressional, or constitutional significance, or is he just describing what happened?
Again, anything dealing with Congress is something that the president will work with Congress on appropriate language at the appropriate time. Kelly?
If you can respond to, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld talked at length about his concerns about sloppy handling of classified information. This is something that's happening daily. Does the president share his concerns? Is there something the president wants to do about it? And is there any sense, sort of concern why the secretary brought this up, a sense that mishandling or sloppy handling of classified information contributed to these 4 attacks?
No, that's not the sense. At a time like this, it's a very healthy reminder to all concerned that this is not business as usual. And anybody in the government who is in receipt of classified information must at all times obey the law that makes that information classified for a good reason, because it's to protect the security of the country and individuals around the world.
Is that what you're talking about?
I'm not going to address specifically, but it's a wise reminder to all concerned. Go ahead.
Ari, is it fair going back to Air Force One, is it fair to assume that once you decided to leave Nebraska and head for Washington, that you were confident that the threat was over? And
To leave Nebraska and head back to Washington? Yes, on the flight to Nebraska from Louisiana, the president indicated that he wanted to get back to Washington as soon as possible. He was advised at that point, the recommendation to him was it was not be prudent or to return to Washington at that time, given the information that we had here in Washington. Following his meeting in Nebraska, the president made the determination to return, and obviously it was safe enough for him to do so.
All right.
John?
So we started off this briefing by you saying that there was specific and credible evidence that the plane that hit the Pentagon was originally targeted for the White House.
Correct.
Do you have specific and credible evidence on the intended target of the aircraft that went down in Pennsylvania?
Do not.
Going back to the UN.
Come in.
Ari.
Yeah, you haven't had one yet, so let's go here and then there.
Secretary Powell said today that he had also spoken to Chairman Arafat with Sharon and with Shimon Peres, indicating that he also wants to try and get some motion in his discussions in the Middle East. Now, given that that this incident may be totally unconnected with anything going on in the Middle East, doesn't the president now feel that perhaps the volatility which has existed there probably more measures must be taken to get that to subside?
I think from the president's point of view, this is a wake-up call to all concerned that terrorism must be combated in all its forms and in every way, and this presents people with an opportunity to work together now, to move beyond the disputes of the past, and we'll see what events unfold as a result of this. Thank you.
All right, will we see the president again today or hear from him?
We'll keep you informed.
That's not good. Could have been a little more definitive.
Later this morning on Washington Journal, more reaction to the terrorist attack in New York and Washington. We'll talk with Senator James Inhofe, a member of the Armed Services and Intelligence Committees. Also, House Minority Whip David Bonnier. He'll share any new information he has on the events of the last 2 days and talk about the role of the congressional leadership. Washington Journal begins later at 7 a.m. Eastern on our companion network, C-SPAN.
In the afternoon, Attorney General John Ashcroft and FBI Director Robert Mueller spoke with reporters about efforts to find those responsible for attacks in New York City and Washington, D.C. This is just under 20 minutes.
This investigation and recovery is a highly coordinated effort. I want to thank all of the federal, state, the local agencies that have worked tirelessly yesterday and today to help the victims of this act of war find relief and to help the United States of America locate the people who are responsible for these terrible acts of war. Immediately after the first report of a plane crashing into the World Trade Towers, numerous federal agencies coordinating with the White House mobilized their resources. Throughout the day, secure video conferences took place among the National Security Council, the Department of Justice, the Department of State, the Department of Defense, the Department of Treasury, FEMA, CIA, the FAA, and other federal agencies. Both the President and the Vice President presided over a number of cabinet and sub-cabinet meetings and video conferences. Continuity of government plans were put into effect. Within the Department of Justice, our full resources were put into operation immediately. As I will explain in greater detail in a few moments, these resources have been deployed both to investigate this act of war and to assist victim survivors and victim families. But let me stress that this is not simply a Department of Justice effort. The response of the federal government across the board has been, I believe, from the President of the United States to the rescue workers, magnificent. I'll now turn to the information that the response we have been making has developed. I'll give you the information that we can give you. However, we will give you only facts that we can confirm. You may be hearing things that we have not told you, but some people have the luxury of speculating. We won't speculate, but we'll only give you confirmed facts. And also, we must be careful to protect confidential intelligence sources and the methods of our intelligence so we do not compromise this ongoing investigation or the capacity of this nation to undertake such investigations as this. The 4 planes were hijacked by between 3 and 6 individuals per plane, using knives and box cutters, and in some cases making bomb threats. Our government has credible evidence that the White House and Air Force One were targets. A number of the suspected hijackers were trained as pilots in the United States. The Department of Justice has undertaken perhaps the most massive and intensive investigation ever conducted in America. The full resources of the FBI, the Justice Department's Criminal Division, the U.S. Attorney's offices, the INS, and other components have been brought to bear and will be focused in this endeavor. Throughout the day and into the night last night, Deputy Attorney General Larry Thompson and Assistant Attorney General Michael Chertoff, who is not with us at this moment, and I were present at the FBI's Strategic Information and Operations Center, together, of course, with the director and a number of other individuals. The Justice Department is working closely with investigators, the FAA, and the intelligence community, including the CIA, the NSA, the Defense Intelligence Agency, and the Defense Department. Numerous agencies have assigned personnel to the SIOC at the FBI to coordinate investigative efforts so that information which is received on these premises becomes immediately available to the cooperating agencies. And I might add that we reciprocate with similar deployments in a variety of other settings. The Justice Department's Terrorism and Violent Crime Section is coordinating the response of the U.S. Attorney's offices nationwide. These agencies have a presence at the SIOC here in the FBI 24 hours a day and are coordinating efforts both in the United States and worldwide around the clock. Investigators are reviewing intelligence and have received numerous credible leads. Command posts have been established at all crime scenes. Evidence response teams and the FBI's disaster squad have been deployed to the crash sites. The recovery of bodies and the collection of evidence is ongoing at the Pentagon and at the crash site in Somerset County, Pennsylvania. Investigators are working with the National Transportation Safety Board to recover the black boxes from the crash sites. The crime scene at the WTC has been secured, but is not yet a crime scene accessible to investigators. The United States Attorney's Office's terrorism units and the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Forces are obtaining the passenger manifests, rental car receipts, telephone logs, videotape from parking garages, and pay telephone videotape records at all scenes for review and appropriate follow-up interviews. All investigative resources of the FBI's laboratory and crisis response capabilities have been mobilized. Now let me turn this podium over to FBI Director Bob Mueller to talk more about the investigation itself.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. I want to start by saying that the men and women of the FBI join the nation in expressing our deep sympathies for the victims of these horrific tragedies and their families. And we, all of us in the FBI, pledge to those directly affected by these attacks that we will leave no stone unturned in our quest to help find those responsible and to bring those individuals to justice. Let me turn, if I could, for a moment to the effort that we have undertaken at the FBI to investigate these tragedies. Early after the planes started to fall yesterday, as soon as we heard that there was a particular city that was either a city of origin for a flight or a city such as New York where a flight went in, we established command posts. We have at those command posts and at a number of offices around the country where there are leads, more than 4,000 special agents who are assigned to assist this investigation. 4,000 special agents and 3,000 support personnel. We have over 400 of our laboratory personnel deployed at the crime scenes in New York City, south of Johnstown in Pennsylvania, and at the Pentagon. And we anticipate this level of resource commitment will continue for the immediate future. In the last 24 hours, we have been addressing two objectives. The first objective is to determine, identify the hijackers on each of the planes. Having identified the hijackers on each of the planes, we then have sought to identify any of their associates remaining in the United States. Our first effort is to identify any associates in the United States who might be related to the hijackers and to remove those associates, investigate, and arrest, given the evidence, those individuals, and to remove any threat to the air system in the future. That is our first objective. The second objective is to gather any and all evidence we have as to whom assisted the hijackers, and not only in this country, but also overseas. We have, in the last 24 hours, taken the manifests and used those as an evidentiary base, and have talked to many of the families of the victims, and have successfully, I believe, identified many of the hijackers on each of the 4 flights that went down. We also have identified through a number of leads, principally at the cities of origin, a number of individuals whom we believe may have had something to do with the hijackings, and we are pursuing those leads aggressively. Let me conclude at this juncture by emphasizing again the FBI's total and unwavering commitment to this investigation. We will not stop, and as I said before, we will leave no stone unturned until we have determined who was responsible for these attacks on our freedom. Now, I would be happy to entertain questions, as I'm sure the Attorney General would.
Director, has there been any arrests of any of these associates that you've identified in the communities of origin?
Now, I understand that there is reporting out there that the FBI has made arrests with regard to the hijacking. That is not accurate. There have been occasions where we have interviewed individuals and come to find that the individual is out of status, and that individual has been detained on an immigration hold. But there have been no arrests relating to these hijackings at this point.
And the people that you've identified, are these people that have been under FBI's watch in the past relating to other kinds of terrorism activities? Are they people who you're familiar with?
As we identify names, there may be one or more individuals with whom we have information as to involvement with individual terrorist groups.
We've seen activity today in Boston, Rhode Island, and southern Florida. Can you walk us through, in any of these cases, give us any guidance on why these particular individuals have been stopped and what the FBI is doing?
We have in Boston, my understanding also in Providence, and also in Miami, we have leads indicating the presence at some point in time of either the hijackers themselves, and we're attempting to recreate the travels of each of the hijackers on the planes, either the hijackers themselves or their associates. And consequently, we are following all leads with interviews, with search warrants, and whatever investigative techniques are necessary to obtain the evidence.
Do you think, and how many were workers at the airport?
I can't give you a definitive number on the associates.
Have you linked this to Osama bin Laden?
Thank you very much.
Have you identified here each time?
As I mentioned earlier, we're going to try for around 1:30 each day to do this, and hopefully the schedule will not be so tight. And
Mindy, can you give us any more information?
I can't at this point.
Can you stay for just a few minutes?
Let me, if you'll hang out for
Yeah.
1 second.
He said he came on immigration. What
Throughout the day on Wednesday, C-SPAN took your phone calls reacting to the attacks in New York and Washington. Many people were eyewitnesses to the incidents and called to share their experiences. Next, you'll hear some of these phone calls in a 50-minute segment.
First call comes from New York City. Good morning, you're on the air.
Hello?
Yes, sir. What would you like to say?
Oh, wow. Gee, I didn't think I'd get through. Amazing.
You're on.
Yeah, I was down on Rector Street when the first plane hit. And,
tell us where that is.
Oh, it's 2 blocks south of the World Trade Center.
2 blocks south of the World
it's
Trade
about 2 blocks south of the World Trade Center.
What were you doing there?
Believe it or not, I was actually meeting a deputy commissioner of the TLC, which is the Taxi and Limousine Commissioner, to get a job as an instructor to teach the 80-hour course for taxis. And it just was amazing. Everybody was looking up, and I didn't at first see what it was. And then I looked up, and I saw what looked like a huge hole in the World Trade Center. And I was trained as a paramedic. I'm not currently licensed, but I started walking towards, I get up Greenwich Street towards the World Trade Center, and I just saw arms and legs and pieces of bodies and just a lot of really bad stuff. And I just put on my latex gloves, and I walked up, and I got to the front door, and there was this guy from FEMA. That's like the Federal Emergency Management Agency. And I said, listen, I'm not licensed, but I'm trained as a paramedic. And he's just said, well, that doesn't matter now. Come on in. And so we went in, and we went under the basement to the other side of the building. And basically what we were doing was people were coming down the stairs. The fire department was arriving in groups, and they were going up the stairs. And there was a group of us, and what was happening was people were leaving out the exits, and they were getting killed by debris that was falling. And so what we would do is we would corral people in groups of 50 or 100, and we'd go out the doors ourselves, and we'd look for debris. And then we'd tell them go, and they'd run out in groups. And we just did that maybe 15 or 20 times when the second plane hit. And at that point, I just started cursing, and I turned to this FBI agent, and I just said, where's the air support? I mean, aren't we supposed to be prepared for this? And some guys from the bomb squad came in, and I said, are we looking for secondaries? Because my first thought was that they missed the first time. They're not going to miss this time. They're definitely going to bring it down. And my thoughts were that the planes were just a distraction. They probably had bombs actually, in the garage or whatever again, and that's what their main intention was. Just during a lull in the people coming out, I turned to this guy, one of the FBI agents that was there, and I looked him in the eyes, and I said, you know these things are going to come down, don't you? And he looked at me and he said, yeah, they are. And none of the federal agents that were there made any attempt to leave, and they just knew the building was going to come down, and they just stayed. And I don't think the firemen, the looks on their faces when they went up the stairs, I don't think they thought they were going to get out either. I think everybody just kind of knew what was happening, and we were just trying to get out as many people.
How did you get out?
There was an NYPD captain with intelligence, and he came up to me and he says, look, you're paramedic, right? And I said, yeah. And he said, this is for police. The paramedic triage is on Church and Fulton. That's the very east entrance to the Trade Center. And he says, go there and help. I said, look, I'll stay with you. And he says, no, go. And I went down the escalator, went out the door, and I crossed the street, and I came up to the paramedics that were there, and I said, listen, do you guys need any help? And they were like, are you kidding? And we started triaging people, and just then, I mean, I couldn't have been out the door 5 minutes. There was this explosion, and I looked up, and it was falling on us. The whole thing was just coming down on us, and we all ran. I ran east about a block, and then I kind of went to my right, and I hid behind some pillars when it came down, and it was like a huge, the biggest pipe bomb in history, because all the glass and all the metal just kind of just formed shrapnel, and just about everybody that I was running with that didn't make the right, I think they just all got killed. There were cars exploding, and I just was happy to be alive at that point, and then the cloud of dust came, and I covered my face with my jacket, and I just knew it was a chemical weapon, because, you know, that was our thought. And one of the federal agents in the building said that they were expecting chemicals. They didn't expect any kind of plane or whatever. And I just remembered from training that you breathe in, and then you can't breathe out, and that's like the last thing that happens. And every breath I took, I was waiting to not be able to breathe out. And I crawled on my hands and knees, and I crawled over people that were dead. And I guess I hit a wall or something, and I felt with my hand, and I felt glass, and I was pushing on the glass as I moved, and I ended up in a revolving door. And I guess I was over by Chase Bank or something, and I went in. There was a guy from FEMA there, and we dialed the White House, and there was no answer. It was on answering service, and we just looked at each other and said, I don't think that's ever happened before. And then somebody told us the Pentagon was hit, and we thought the White House had been hit. And there were a lot of reports, Camp David was hit. Everybody was saying everything was hit, and we really thought we were in trouble. And I have my girlfriend, and she works at NYU Hospital, and she's not medically trained, but she works there. And I told her, from training, I also knew that hospitals could be secondary targets. I said, leave. My mom's at an 86 in Park. I said, just walk, and I'll meet you over there. Just walk. Stay away from major buildings. Don't go near Grand Central, Penn Station, especially not the UN, and just walk up. And some of the paramedics were going to go back out and help after the first building fell, and I said, look, just stay here. It's two separate planes, two separate buildings. One of them fell. You know the second one's going to fall. If you go out there, you're going to get killed. And we waited, and then the second one fell. And then we called out, and we triaged who we could. We helped who we could. And then the most beautiful thing in the world is we heard the jets, you know, not the terrorists, but our jets, I guess the F-16s or whatever, and we all cheered because we knew we were safe at that point, because we actually had some kind of air support and that nothing was going to get near us, you know. And eventually I just started walking north, and I walked all the way to 86th Street. I don't know if people, that's maybe 10 miles or something, I don't know. And I just stopped every half a mile or so to borrow some duct tape from engineers to tape my shoes, because my shoes were falling apart. And then I saw President Bush on TV, and a semblance of calm just kind of came over everybody when we saw the president was alive, and he seemed like he was in the Oval Office. I don't know if he was or not. And just the amount of people, delis were taking out water, all their water. They were taking out all their water and just bringing it out. They were bringing out sandwiches. People were bringing coffee and orange juice. never seen so many New Yorkers act so bravely and so kindly to everybody in my life. It was just an amazing experience, but it's just, I know that all the guys, the fire department officials that went up and all the federal guys and the Port Authority guys that I was standing with in the beginning, I know they're all dead because there's no way they could have lived through that thing coming down on them. And most of the paramedics that I was with out on Church Street, I think they're dead too, because I don't think they made the turn. And I just don't even want to think. I don't think anybody above where the planes had made it out. And, I mean, we got thousands of people out. We did, but so many more thousands.
Thanks for sharing this with us. Oh, New York City. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I was at work at 45 Broadway.
Which is how many streets up from the World Trade Center?
Brian, that's about it's about a half mile south, but we're on the 26th floor with a really clear view. So when the first plane hit, our whole building shook. We knew something had happened. We ran to the window. We saw the flames.